I apologize for starting this stream with non-Polearm characters visible. I know. Here, they're invisible now. Solution. We just have to do some brief farming things on my main account here. It's worth mentioning though. Well, actually, okay. So we'll do my. Actually, I'm gonna save some of the Polearms Only app. If you are clicking on the VOD by chance, feel free to fast forward a little bit. It's Goro's birthday. Good boy. Good dog. All right. Remind me not to insult Goro today. It'd be rude to insult a boy on his birthday. But yeah, anyways, it's Polearms Only his birthday. It was started 3 years ago on May 18th. But I'll have a more specific yap about Polearms Only, and also just like my channel in general, because Polearms Only is like what kicked off my channel actually for real. So, you know, I have some videos before Genshin videos, but you know, they're not like the real videos. They were I made some YouTube videos when I was in my first year of college because that's what I did. Yep. Anyways, what am I doing? I am briefly farming on this account. Oh yeah, by the way, if you saw some of my comments, I guess I'll comment on this until more people join in the stream. Hello everyone. But I do want to mention DPS EVA real quick. I could have done a better job of doing different shenanigans with DPS EVA. I mentioned at the end, if you didn't notice, how like my overall feeling was that he's more versatile, and that was meant in particular in reference to like Lanyan. As much as I personally enjoy DPS Lanyan meaningfully more than EVA, I should have maybe explored that versatility a bit more, and that's my bad. I blame Lanyan for that. I blame Lanyan for that, and I blame the power creeping of Genshin's like combat, such that, you know, particularly for animo DPSs, it becomes pretty hard to compellingly do something like doing a crit DPS like for an animo unit. Like people suggested Yunjin in the chat, and like Yunjin will make you see bigger damage numbers from the normal attacks. I wish I had the idea to at least test it like against in Overworld, because yeah, normal attacks. Yunjin is awful to build Sologia, but normal attack buff and his tonic shots count as normal attack damage, and that's cool, right? But I didn't think of that because my brain didn't clue into that properly. Oh well, poo-poo on me. But yeah, it's a conjunction of, yes, my brain was too focused on the Lanyan comparison because of how much I played Lanyan lately, and the fact that I recorded a Lanyan video as well that it's not out yet. But the like, so Lanyan is just ever present in my head because, like, unironically, this team has become one of my favorite teams, right? So, anyways, we're gonna move on to Polearms Only briefly. I just wanted to finish farming here. Oh yeah, I went over there to claim my dailies and I didn't claim my dailies. So, anyways, and I had text on screen in the DPS EVA video to be like, you know, different artifact situations, because I did calcs after the fact, to see how Aoife's damage and actually Lanyan's damage would change on Sylveon's account with just different support builds going on, and like a level 10 Bennett burst, level 10 Farina burst kind of thing. And I also checked like the hypothetical of a C1 Farina to see the effect of C1 Farina on the damage you get from the anima units. And the conjunction of all of those things without C1 Farina was like in the neighborhood for Lanyan, because I actually tested, Sylveon has C6 Lanyan and I tested C6 Lanyan compared to DPS EVA, and DPS EVA on Sylveon's account, despite the fact that Sylveon had a pretty decent Lanyan build, like DPS EVA I'd say felt better in the same exact team context on Sylveon's account. That's something maybe I could have included in the video, but I purposely cut out, like I had more yapping about Lanyan that I actually was included in the video. I was going to cut out more of the Lanyan yapping, but I kept it in because it was my honest thoughts, and that's generally speaking what I feel. But it's just Lanyan has skewed my perception of things on a gameplay level for animo units in general. So like I mentioned in a reply to one of the comments in the DPS EVA video that EVA could have done double the damage Lanyan, like he could have had 6,000% motion value, which would be nonsense, right? He could have had like 6,000% motion value in his skill shots, double the damage, and I probably still would have vastly preferred Lanyan. He could have been objectively better than Lanyan, and I still would like Lanyan more. So my point is, like, Lanyan is screwed by enthusiasm with EVA, and I feel like I could have made that video much better by going into more shenanigans and just focusing on like the versatility of EVA as a generic unit in other forms for synergy with, you know, normal attack triggering abilities, and overworld comfort utility, and like lower investment team options that can still get decent damage from him, like Yunjin, even if that isn't going to clear abysses compellingly, because yeah, Bennett Farina combo kind of matters. Like Yunjin is not going to be better than doing Bennett Farina, right? But is Bennett Farazan Yunjin a good alternative to Frida? It's probably okay. It's probably okay, right? So, cute girl over funny bird. I mean, it's not funny bird, it's bro. And some people choose bros before hoes. That was stupid. That's obviously, hopefully people are aware of that joke. Maybe it's only a joke in America. Bros before hoes is like a, you know, prioritize your friends before prioritizing, you know, a romantic relationship that is causing you strife kind of joke line, right? But bros are my hoes. I mean, there you go. That too. If bros before hoes and your hoes are bros, well, it's just a win-win scenario for you. Anyways, that's me and Zenless right now. You want another reason I didn't have 2 videos come out this weekend? It's Hugo. It's Hugo. I spent a non-zero amount of time playing Zenless, having fun with Hugo. I've gotten a lot better at playing him in multiple team contexts than I did on the initial stream. Anyway, why? I need to freaking stop yapping about stupid things, Brain. I need to move on to Polearms. I said I was going to finish my farming and then go into Polearms Only, and I just keep on forgetting. No, the stream is supposed to be focused on Polearms. I just wanted to let people join in the stream, so I was yapping about something that wasn't Polearm related for a bit. But anyways, let's finish our freaking farming. It's a Sunday. I need to farm either. I think I should get this done. Just get 3 drops for this. And then I also realize I totally forgot about this option. I think instead of leveling another Fav Lance, because I like Fav Lance, to be clear, on Escoffier, I think I'm going to try to put her on Skyward Spine instead. The crit rate that it gives will actually help my build options a little bit. I can move to the 8% crit rate that it gives means I can swap to potentially this piece with a little bit more ER, 1 ER roll, and this piece. Like I can get like 15% more ER on Skyward Spine and a higher base attack, so she'll do more damage. And hey, it's a reason, and then I can hopefully just leave her on Skyward Spine on a pretty universal build and then never have to change her build outside of when she has more than like 160% energy recharge needs. Then I'll have to switch to like an ER timepiece, but that's fine. It also gives me more value for my attack percent timepiece, technically. Sorry, circlet on Escoffier. Anyway, she's a polearm character. I'm allowed to talk about Escoffier. Also, we'll be doing some grinding for Escoffier C1 on Polearms Only today. Anyways, you started playing ZZZ for Hugo. I might play ZZZ again for Hugo. Nice. So anyways, congrats, Safwana. I don't know if you were spamming on purpose or by accident, but if on purpose, you didn't need to spam. I'm gonna guess it was an internet problem that caused that, but anyways. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so options for farming today. I mean, this is going to take a bunch of resources to level up, but it's also like not an utmost priority. Skirk's weapon is also not an utmost priority. And boy, would I really like... I think I've given up. I think I've given up on the... Okay, Skirk is not a polearm unit. I'm sorry. But I think I've given up on getting a circlet. I got a crit damage circlet yesterday, and it had attack percent, and I leveled it up because I was like, okay, hey, it rolls 20% attack. I'll be happy with that. And then it rolled into the... It rolled in... Yeah. And it's not, I haven't even unlocked it because I might just need a crit damage circlet. It's technically the best crit damage circlet I've gotten. The previous best one was this one. So, point being, I think I've given up, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to farm I'm gonna try to force myself to farm. I've been trying to do this more lately, but been forgetting, especially the last couple weeks. Get more of the overworld artifacts farmed out every day. And for the first time ever, what I think I'm gonna do on my account, even though I think this is awful and I hate it, I think I'm gonna freaking do this. I'm gonna do this. Which actually is going to take a little bit more artifact for me to even do this now I think about it. I forgot about that aspect. That's so stupid. It's so stupid how... Ugh. I hate how you have to, like, level... You have to have 5-star artifacts at level 4. But I'm going to do this, not because it makes sense to do on a XP resource level. Like, those XP resources could go further. But I can get 1 elixir from the theater this patch. Should be. I can get an elixir from the battle pass I haven't gotten yet. And then elixir from that. That's 3 elixirs. I can make a stupid circlet for Skirk and be done farming this domain. But also, I just realized I need to freaking... yeah, okay. It was just stupid. I need to get more artifacts in general. So part of the reason I was going to do that was to farm less artifacts. Because I don't want to have to farm any more of this domain. But I'm going to go farm more of this domain, not because it makes sense to farm more of this domain, but because I need at least to get some more level 4 artifacts to feed into the stupid elixir thing. I need more level 0 artifacts, so I'm going to keep even trash artifacts, I guess. And you know what? If I get enough of them today, I will make the elixir today, because dumping the XP into the elixir thing is a commitment to that idea, and that will force me to not return to artifacts, and I can go focus on ley lines and weapon materials for the rest of this patch. That way I can actually start building some other characters in the future and build up resources for future things in future characters I want to use for future videos. Resource problems, yada yada. Right, if I had more resources, I could have made DPS EVA at C0 on my account. And maybe I will eventually do DPS EVA at C0 on my main account. Because, like, I honestly kind of think that crit DPS EVA C0 is probably the more compelling thing to do rather than his, as far as, like, a fully invested account, at least. If you have a C6 fars on, because, you know, the transformative reactions don't scale in a way. Well, I mean, if you're an AoE content, it's still compelling, I think. But anyway, I don't know. At C0, his, like, utility as an Animo swirl driver is a little bit more sus, I think. I actually think his constellations, which makes sense, this is his intended playstyle. His constellations, in my opinion, help that playstyle more than they help the crit DPS playstyle. So, like, C6 EVA did less than I think I expected it was going to. In combat, like, it adds something, but I cut this out of the video, but DPS, like, for the level 12 talent EVA, like, his skill talent multipliers, so this is without C6 multipliers, is doing like 3,100% at level 12. And then C6 is adding an average of like an extra 700% on top of that. So, like, C6 for EVA's damage, if you count, like, bursting on EVA every rotation, is like maybe a 15% damage increase, right? Or maybe 20. Well, wait. We'll just say 15 to 20%. We'll be generous. Like, on average. If you RNG optimize around trying to win the 50-50 20 times in a row, is a little bit better. It's an RNG constellation. But I don't know. The fact that they nerfed this, my point is, the fact that they nerfed this made C6 EVA significantly worse for crit DPSing, and therefore it's like not that important. Like, I don't think it actually matters that much. I think is Constellation 3 his... It is a skill. I think Constellation 3 unironically might be more of a damage increase. I can go double check that, but I don't feel like it right now. It might actually be more of a damage increase for crit EVA than C6 is my point. So, anyways, yeah, that's where that's at. Battle Pass almost worth it just for the elixir? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it was really weird that they nerfed it, because, I don't know. I don't really get the point of his C6 other than crit DPS EVA, but... Oh, there was one comment, by the way, that was like, are you sure it's not just C2 Farina's damage that makes your DPS Lanyon team incredibly overpowered or whatever? It also wasn't the same as the Escoffier video or anything, where there was a ton of upvotes and multiple people that had this sentiment. Because I didn't specifically talk about constellations. I guess, like I said, in the conclusion of the Escoffier thing is if I talk less in my videos about constellations, people won't talk about them. So I didn't. I was tempted to have a yap about C2 Farina as far as like how that affects my experience with DPS Lanyon in that video, but compared to EVA, but I didn't want to have the entire video be focused on EVA versus Lanyan, right? But this specific comment said that, like, oh, you know, Furina C2 does a lot of damage, and it doesn't increase her damage meaningfully. But also, like, how much a damage increase matters for Furina is also going to be relative to what her build is. Like, and I very intentionally use Furina on a build that I prefer this in many ways. Like, this isn't just me powering down things. This is me, I prefer this. But, like, my point is that if I'm not playing the team and not equipping Furina in a way, right? Like, I am not even using VV anymore in DPS Lanyan teams, so that reduces Furina's relative damage contribution, right? Like, I don't know. I don't feel like I could go do the calcs for this and see, like, what a C0 Furina would perform like if I was, like, min-maxing my Furina build on my account with a hypothetical C0 Furina with the same, like, Golden Troop artifacts, whatever, compared to what her damage is like on a Lanyan team with C2 on the tenacity artifacts. Like, to be clear, C2 helps. The damage increase helps. I'm not saying it doesn't. But if you watch my streams in particular, you probably know that I've used... I used DPS Lanyan against, like, the Tulpa last patch, for example. Can I, please? Uh-oh, we're not going to kill this before it... Oh, we might have stunned it enough. Yeah, we did a good job on it. Okay. That's the front load of damage. See, like, that gameplay difference, by the way, of, like, Lanyan doing so much more front load of damage is why, like, the gameplay nuance of DPS EVA versus DPS Lanyan is, like, completely different. And it's why I really wish Lanyan wasn't so stuck in my head and I didn't mention her as much as I did in the video. Oh, well. Sure. But anyways. What was I saying? The nerf was focusing on forcing Taser because it was too strong. I mean, yeah, it might be true. Like, that does seem to be what the case was, right? Where, like, C6 EVA versus C6 EVA, Taser EVA, like I was doing Furina or on Flex Slot EVA, was not incredibly different than crit DPS EVA, right? That, yes, you're probably correct. That was probably the intention of the nerf, yeah. So, anyways, point being, I have very intentionally chosen to play DPS Lanyan in a way that does not focus on Furina's damage as much. Oh, that was terrible. And that's because I wanted to be... God dang it. That's because I wanted to be more with Lanyan's damage rather than, you know, Furina's damage. But, like, I could min-max Furina so much more than I do. Right? The amount of ER I have on tenacity, I could get away with using a non-fab weapon, potentially, right? Whatever, anyways. I don't know. I think whenever I see these things of people saying, yeah, Furina... Oh my god. No. You killed her. You butthole. When I... Okay. Great. I freaking... God dang it. I don't have energy. Yay for burst reliant teams when you dare get killed. What was I saying? EVA is fun with Mika, I can't lie. Yeah, like I should have tried things like that. Wow, wonderful. I mean, we'll check that. Let's see. I don't know. It's a 4-line piece. Okay. Is this gonna be enough artifacts to get the Elixir thing? And the only reason we're farming this domain is just because... really? The only reason we're farming this domain... Bruh, you... Anyways. Aoife's best seems wake up and Ollie. Yeah. Anyway, I hate this domain. The only reason we're farming this domain is because, like, the whole reason to be farming artifacts right now is to get enough artifacts to do the stupid Elixir thing, which, again, I don't think is actually worth it on a, like, resource efficiency level, but on a level of, I want to not have to worry about artifacts anymore. Like, it's been... an annoying aspect of my brain is not having good options for Skirk crit damage circlets. And then, like once I get that, I'm happy with my Skirk build options, right? Depending on the team context and what weapon I'm using, right? So, anyway, that was a wasted Farazan burst. I don't know why I did that. Should have just Lan unskilled. So, anyways. The reason we're farming this is because there's a chance that the game is going to give you the piece anyways, right? So, we're going to level those pieces to level 4 and see if that gives me enough. and then I can hopefully be freed from this domain forever. I have good enough plunge artifacts for the situations I'd want to consider using the plunge artifacts in, Veresa, Chow, other plunge DPSing things, that I'm happy with it, and Skirk's artifacts themselves aren't so incredible for Skirk that they're even worth hyper investing into. There is a chance I get C1 Skirk too. I don't know, we'll see, not committed to it. And that would make maybe make it so I even more should not focus on these artifacts. But anyways, where was the... Check this quick, because it's probably going to roll not crit. Sick. Go away. So actually there's a whole bunch of pieces like this can be leveled to level 4 too. Okay. Should maybe arguably still level that, but that's fine. Yeah, we're going to level these pieces to 4 because you need to level... You have to have level 4 pieces to throw them into the stupid elixir thing, which is dumb, but it's what you gotta do. Sick. How wonderful. What amazing artifacts. Why did I even keep this? I don't even know. But we can get rid of it. Wow. HP, 4 line, whatever. We can keep that, I guess. This can be elixir piece. Wonderful. And okay. Okay. And what about the other artifacts? We can check that maybe, but not right now. Plap. Like, this is so stupid that this is something that I don't know. I really, really hate the Elixir XP dumping conversion. This is the first time I've done this on my main account, and again, it's just specifically the trying to be freed from farming this domain, because getting 3 elixirs in this patch will let me get the crit damage circulate from elixirs, and like choosing crit rate attack percent, you know, even if it doesn't roll into crit rate, which would be an enormous troll, will be fine, right? As long as it has crit rate and attack percent and 2 additional rolls either into attack percent or crit rate, I'll be happy, right? Hugo testing, yes or no? Probably not this stream, because I have D&D in a few hours. Anyways, let's go check quick how many more pieces we need to feed in, and then we can be done on this account for the day. Yeah, I don't recommend doing this, generally speaking, outside of really specific scenarios, is my point. I wish to encourage caution in that regard. Really? Why do I don't want to overdo it. I need 2... I'm not going to feed those 2 level 6 pieces. Right? No, that feels too resource inefficient to me. I'm going to freaking... This is stupid. I hate this stupid mechanism. Anyways, I hate that it punishes. I hate that you get less value towards the elixirs for putting in a high level piece. Why can't I just feed this piece into it? But no, I get way less XP value by putting this piece in instead of level 4. It's so stupid. I hate, sorry. I don't want to go on a rant about this stupid elixir system, but I hate it so much. I hate this stupid elixir system. For the XP conversion, the XP system. No, I don't actually hate elixirs for like them giving you extra decent artifacts. I hate elixirs for their stupidity of baiting people into wasting resources, like wasting XP resources. Like, it doesn't even make sense on my account. As invested as my account is, it doesn't even actually make sense to do this, arguably, still. The only reason it kind of makes sense in this case is because of the fact that this will free me from wasting resin on artifacts when I could use that resin for ley lines and whatever instead, and because I'm just chasing that one last artifact. And like, this one last artifact that this elixir is going to give me isn't going to, you know, turn into, you know, oh, my Skirk build is now actually functional and my Skirk build was dysfunctional before. Like, that is not what's happening. It's just I'm too focused on having like nice looking builds more than I arguably should be. And my monkey brain can't give it up. Now that I have this elixir and I'm going to be able to get 2 more elixirs this patch, I can use those elixirs to finish the Skirk build and be done, right? The point is to be done and free myself from focusing on artifacts for the rest of the patch, right? That's the point. I don't think that was actually worth it. I hate the Elixir system for the XP thing, but there you go. First time you'll see that on my main account. Maybe I'll do it more in the future, but I don't know. Anyways, it's easier to do that, I think, with these... It's easier to decide to do that with these niche artifact domains because they're hyper niche such that, like, using elixirs to free yourself from wasting too much resin in these domains is arguably maybe a better decision, right? So if you're wasting resources for elixirs might be more efficient than spending more resin, like than wasting resources spending more resin in here, right? Is kind of the argument on my account, and you might be in the same situation, so is weird. I think we're done on this account for the day. Let's go actually have the Polearms Only yap. Sorry, I spent way too long on this account, good lord. Should cost much less XP to extract, I agree. How much crit damage do you want? Well, I mean, like, I'll be sad if I don't get any crit rate rolls on the crit damage circle that I craft, right? But the situation I was in right now is, like, depending on what weapon I want to use on Skirk, which is going to change on different teams, it will change whether or not I can compellingly choose to use a crit damage versus crit rate circlet. Right now, the crit rate circlet I have on Skirk is also very meh as well. So, anyways, this account, Polearms Only. So, first of all, yes, happy birthday to Polearms Only. We can go back to when the first character was acquired, which was May 18th, 2022, 3 years ago. Happy birthday, Polearms Only. And Polearms Only is basically what kicked off my account, and Rosario was acquired the same day, of course, as the first Polearm character. And crazy, we're still using her today. What a world. I actually do feel she is one of the better units on the account. So yeah, it has indeed been that long. And Elixir's giving you 3 meteoric artifacts. Yep, that's Elixir experience. Anyways, the thing is, a mediocre artifact in the case of this crit damage circlet I will craft for Skirk will at least be better than what I have. And it'll be usable enough. Will I be very sad if it trolls me? Yes. But it's fine. Anyways. What is there to yap about specifically? I think what's worth going over is a brief history of my experience. We'll go like character by character and recall, like, we'll try to like have a reflection on the general progression of the account over 3 years. But the overall lesson is like, yeah, this account having existed for 3 years and focusing specifically on Polearms Only. And again, like, I think if you're going to start a Polearms Only account today, and then, okay, 3 years from today, you know, May 18th, 2028, how does your Polearm Only account compared to my Polearm account at 3 years? Like, even if I completely stopped playing, right, on Polearms Only, like, didn't continue progressing, you're gonna inherently you're gonna be at more of a disadvantage than this account was, because my account started when there was less total Polearm units released. So, like, while I had to, there was at least 6 month to a year period where I had to, like, plan my resources quite closely to acquire the existing Polearm characters in the game. After that first year, we reached a point where, you know, we were mostly just waiting for new characters to be released. So, and when there goes, like, looking at the gap, like, look at the gap between the last Polearm 5 stars that have released, right? Escoffier, and the previous Polearm 5 star before Escoffier, Slurp, was Emily. She was a little while ago, the beginning of August 2024. So, how many? Actually, that's almost 9 months, right? Right? Yeah, it's almost 9 months exactly. 9 months. Like, if I hadn't done stupid decisions like wishing for C2 Shenhe on Chronicle Banner because I had excess resources and I wanted it, and also wishing for, and then there was Eon's on, of course, releasing, which, you know, was its own thing. Yada yada. If I had been more resource efficient, like, I could probably realistically have a C2 plus Escoffier if I had, like, not done questionable decisions, but it's fine because it's a Polearm Only account. my point is, starting when I started the account was like a good balance of time where there was a decent amount of Polearm units that existed, and then the timing of as they released new Polearm units as the account went on was such that I was able to keep up pretty well. And now the account is in a situation where there's, generally speaking, a wide enough delay, and Emily and Arlecchino were pretty close to each other, of course. But then like Arlecchino and there was Chevreuse, but like between Chevreuse, the last Polearm unit that was released was Sino. Sino and Candace. So, this is what I'm talking about with these like big gaps when you like limit your account to a specific archetype. And like we wished for Shenhe and Mika. Mika's original banner was with Shenhe, and we got Shenhe there. But then from that banner, we actually had a guarantee that we carried all the way over to Chevreuse banner. And in going for C6 Chevreuse, we got 3 copies of Raiden, 1 with a guarantee, and then 2 additional copies, right? Oh yeah, there was Yao Yao, sorry. Yao Yao was gotten on, I think, Xiao's banner originally? Or was it not Xiao's banner? I don't remember. Anyway, we got C2 Yao Yao. We wished for 2 copies of Yao Yao. I was mostly focusing on 5 stars, because 5 stars is the one that you have to plan around more, right? But anyways, if you're trying to like start an account today, Polearm Only account today, it's gonna be you got to be a lot more picky with like you're gonna have to skip some Polearm units realistically, depending on how the timing of reruns work and whatever, right? Like if you want my advice for if you were starting a Polearm account today, there's some units you have to initially skip. One, you should probably try to get a Scoffier. Raiden is actually very important, as not because Raiden herself is incredibly strong DPS necessarily. Like she kind of needs C2 realistically to start feeling like she can do compelling damage on a Polearm Only account. Although a non-C2 Raiden in a Chevreuse team can still do pretty okay damage, particularly because Eon's On exists now. Right, you can do Eon's On, Raiden, Chevreuse, Xiangling, and a C0 Raiden can do pretty decently. Don't expect you to like easily clear Abyss with that, but Raiden can deal damage. But the main reason, point being, that you would want Raiden is for Chevreuse teams, not for Raiden herself to be a DPS, but for Raiden to be an off-field Electro. Sorry, that is Raiden. Like Chevreuse is the strongest character on Polearms Only, and it's not close. I don't even think it's close actually. I know that might seem weird when like we're talking we have other strong units, but like Chevreuse opens up the most compelling flexibility to make other Polearm units strong, essentially. So Chevreuse is the best character on Polearms Only, and that's all there is to it. Yeah, theater. I don't think I'm going to talk a ton about theater, but my theater experience of Polearms Only is that every time I've been able to challenge theater, I've been able to clear theater. And my approach to theater is, I have to have. That's why I have like level 70 non-Polearm units. Is I have to level up some units to challenge it, but once I can challenge it, I've been able to clear. It's usually a weird puzzle of trying to figure out how to optimize the first few acts of theater in order to save valuable characters for later. But generally speaking, this account has had high enough investment that there is ways to figure it out. Not in a way that's like it was worth the resources to level up the characters to challenge it necessarily, but an interesting challenge nonetheless, and kind of fun. I really wish I didn't have to waste resources to level it, because like I would actually like to do visionary mode more often on this account. I just don't have all of my like it's like a not insignificant amount of units to level all my non-Polearm units to level 70 for theater. I might work on it in the future. So, anyways, we'll talk about Constellation in a second. But can you stop slurping? But as far as recommended characters, I think that makes sense to prioritize polling for on this account if you're starting today. Arlecchino, Raiden, Escoffier, Rosaria, Chevreuse, Eon's On. Zhongli is very compelling, but like only temporarily. The earlier you are on in a Polearm Only account, the more valuable he will be as a generic buffer defensive unit. And for a long time, like he was very important because they're just like when Polearms Only started, right? Yao Yao didn't exist, right? Toma existed and Zhongli existed. There was no healers. like for almost a year into Polearms Only existence, for like 9 months, the first 9 months of Polearms Only, there was no healers, right? Now there is 3, and including an extremely overpowered one. But anyways, like now with the Scofia's release, I think there's very little need for me to use Zhongli, but you know, he still has value for Geo shield breaking and whatever too, yada yada. Yeah, Chevreuse is a healer too. Sorry, yeah, that's true. Um, um. So, anyways, he's valuable as a generic defensive unit and buffer. Like, there's not many sources of Res Shred in the game, and there's not many sources of Osmanthus wine, so you need to get him. But I don't know, he's weird. Like, he simultaneously is like feels like he was a very valuable character on Polearms Only because of the limited options that the account has, but also kind of feels like he was only as compelling as he was to me because of the time when I started the account, right? And I don't think he's a priority pull if you start a Polearm account today, right? I think the priority pulls are Arlecchino, Emily, Escoffier, Raiden, and Shenhe. And I think you can make an argument for Hu Tao being compelling as well, actually, even without it being an account that she can vaporize on. Candace is kind of important to have for the situations where you just need Hydro to like clear shield checks, like at minimum. And also, like, Candace, Raiden, Yao Yao, Hyperbloom is surprisingly okay, but takes an insane amount. Like, the days of when Polearms only took 12 hours to clear Abyss were the days when I had to optimize Candace, Yao Yao, Raiden, Hyperbloom. It's insanity to optimize, and it also is a weird Hyperbloom team that primarily works in AoE at its strength, because Candace's Hydro application and Yao Yao's Dendro application are at its best in AoE, and AoE Abysses are kind of dead. So Candace, unfortunately, is a worse character now, but Candace with Escoffier is now also makes her a little bit more valuable again. Although Escoffier, Shenhe, Rosaria, Xiangling is better than Escoffier, Shenhe, Rosaria, Candace. But Candace, Escoffier, Shenhe, Rosaria is also lower investment than Xiangling. Also, Candace, Escoffier, Rosaria, Mika is a 4-star full Hydro Cryo team without an attack buffer that should work pretty compellingly. I haven't actually tried that in Abyss, but I'm pretty sure it will work decently well. So, anyways, point being, yeah, Shenhe is a weird one now because of Escoffier. Like, Shenhe is not an incredibly valuable character on Polearms Only, outside of the specific context of the Rosaria Melt team pre-Escoffier. Now that Escoffier exists, Shenhe is a much more valuable character on Polearms Only. And yeah, she might be rerunning soon. So if you are trying to emulate Polearms Only in some form, if you did get Escoffier, I think Shenhe is worth getting, right? Because right now Shenhe seems like she's going to get a rerun. It also seems like Emily's going to get a rerun. So like, if you're going to start an account today, bust your arse farming to get Escoffier, right? Then I think you can then save the rest of your polls for trying to get Shenhe and Emily, and then hopefully you can get Chevreuse, Eon Son copies, Arlecchino, Candace copies for 4 stars, and Rosaria, whatever, and Xiangling copies. The 4 stars are quite important on this account, notably Eon Son, Chevreuse, Yao Yao, Rosaria, Candace, Xiangling. Toma is also an important component as an option for Chevreuse teams, but it's not like the end-all be-all to have more than a single copy of. Yao Yao is nice to have for healing options and for enabling Dendro things, but the Dendro things aren't super relevant compared to just invest in your crit DPSs. Like, you know, Yao Yao is not as useful anymore. So yeah, I don't know. That's my overall yap. And sorry, Xiao is just not that good. Xiao is better than he was before because Eon Son makes him usable. So if you like Xiao and you're doing a Polearm Only account and he's running with Eon Son, like the 4 stars, which 4-star Polearms on the banner will meaningfully potentially change what your approach would be if you were starting a Polearm Only account today. Like getting Eon Son copies and getting Chevreuse copies and their constellations will matter. And getting Xiangling copies with her constellations will matter. Even Candace will matter. So yeah. Anyways, by the way, you know what? To celebrate Polearms Only's birthday, we will remind me in a little bit after I finish some yapping. We'll level 90 Mika. All I need to do for it. I have the resources. I just need to go farm some berries, some wolf hooks, I believe, is what he needs. So yeah, remind me to finish Mika today. And he's technically the only Polearm unit I don't have level 90. And the reason that was is because Mika's not that good. For physical Zhongli memes, is he like usable? Yeah. for Escoffier teams, is he an option? Yeah, you can technically do Escoffier, Shenhe, Mika, Rosaria. It's just worse than Candace, in my experience thus far, because having freeze is valuable. But, you know, Miko C6 buffs physical crit damage, and if I had C6 Rosaria, that'd be physical red shred. It's probably one of the better ways to do physical Rosaria in the account. Is a full Escoffier Shenhe team, but I don't know. Like, you actually get, what, 35% physical red shred with Shenhe and Rosaria C6 buff, but I don't have C6 Rosaria, unfortunately. First character that I got on the account as a polearm, and might be one of the last to get C6, sadly. Yup. But yeah, the reason we're actually leveling Mika is because even though I actually apparently didn't have a leveled healing bonus circlet on him, which, oopsies, that problem is fixed now. He was able to, Mika, if Mika didn't exist, I don't think I would have been able to clear the previous leader. So, like, I was like, you know what, Mika, you earned your level 90ing. And, in fact, I'm going to crown him eventually, but that's going to take a while, because I've already farmed this a few times this week, and I hate this domain. It's just, even with a bunch of pyro, it's annoying to farm this domain still, because the shields just make things take an annoying amount of time, and the cryo pooping on you makes your characters feel slow and molasses. And anyways, the difference between a crowned Mika and a level 12 Mika is not going to be meaningful. I will see much more of an increase from his healing potential and whatever from just him being level 90. And that should put him well past the threshold of what I need him to heal like for even something as weird as that local legend Wayob that requires a certain amount of healing. Anyways, so yeah, Kachina has been much worse than I actually expected she was going to be on this account. Because, like, scroll buff, you would think scroll buff and, like, generic defensive utility, you can see she's on a full EM build for shielding. I have used her. She's not useless, but she's a little, she's in an awkward middle ground, as she is, I think, on most people's accounts, where, like, I think she's a compelling unit if you're starting a polearm account today for a generic buffer defensive unit. Little bit of damage. Her damage is more compelling at lower investment levels. Her damage just doesn't scale to high investment, right? So, I don't know. Like, I think that's part of the problem with Kachina is I never played, like, the Kachina release when this account was already, you know, like 2 years old. Over 2 years old. So, you know, she's a nice inclusion, and I used her, I believe, to help clear the Wolf Lord. Did I? No, I think I used Zhongli alone, because Zhongli alone can deal with the Wolf Lord with his tap skill, if I recall. Maybe I did use her. I don't know. She can be used on her own against the Wolf Lord. I found the way. You'd have to go watch the Abysses from when there was the Wolf Lord and Abyss, right? But I did find a way to use Kachina alone to deal with the Wolf Lord in one when it, like, does its immunity phase where you have to break the skulls. And she does work for that kind of thing. And she's important to have for other Natlan mechanics. So it's good that she exists, is my point. But she's mostly a low investment buffing option on this account, particularly in a post-Eons on post-Scoffier world, and also Chevreuse existing, right? But without those 3 units on your account, I think Kachina becomes one of your best buffing options, right? So, anyways, if they ever release a Geo DPS, she could be more compelling too, as like a Navia Polearm edition, whatever, right? So, anyways, Yunjin was interesting earlier on as well. Generally speaking, doesn't find that much use nowadays, but she is actually an okay option for increasing your team damage when you're lacking options. Is probably where I would put her at. She can do surprisingly well, particularly if you have like a C0 Arlecchino, Yunjin. What would that C0 Arlecchino, Yunjin. Like, I'm trying to think of a low investment Arlecchino team, right? It's probably Zhongli. I guess Zhongli Eon song. Yeah, actually that could be kind of interesting. I can't actually properly test this because my Arlecchino is too strong. But C0, so like a low investment team, still 2 5-stars, but you know, C0 Arlecchino, Yunjin, Zhongli, Eon song is probably pretty good, right? So actually, wait, yeah, is Kachina just better though? I don't know. Yeah, Kachina might just be better than Yunjin. I don't know in that context. But you could do Arlecchino, Yunjin, Kachina. That's true, instead of Zhongli. So yeah, I guess the true low investment for an Arlecchino team is, yeah, Eon-san, Yunjin, Kachina. You get Geo Resonance, a little bit of Geo Particles, get the shields. Kachina on an EM build should help keep your Arlecchino alive, keep you having interruption resistance, which would be nice, and a little bit of attack buffing, scroll buff. Actually, no, you put Noblesse on Eons on in this case, probably put scroll on Kachina, although Kachina's rotation times are awkward, but anyways. Yeah. You can test with a level 1 Arlecchino, yeah. So anyways, and actually Yunjin plus Hu Tao, because remember, Hu Tao on this account does not do vaporizing. So doing like normal attack spam Hu Tao with Yunjin buff is better than you might expect. And not even just normal attack spam, by the way, doing like N2C, so 2 normal attacks, then a jump cancel charge attack with a C0 Hu Tao, and Yunjin buffing just the normal attack damage is actually pretty compelling. So, you know, I don't know. The conjunction of options that like Polearms Only has at a point is actually surprisingly good, that you can actually conceive, particularly, you know, with compelling 4-star units like Eonson released now, you can conceive of doing relatively low investment teams that can perform pretty well. Like, I don't think a Polearm Only account starting today is going to quickly clear Abyss with 36 stars or anything, but I almost think the path, as long as you're smart with your resources, right? You don't do what I did on Polearms Only originally, because again, I started at the right time, right place, right time, whatever. Where I was able to wish for all, basically every Polearm that ran. I think you have to be somewhat stingy with your resources, at least initially, for like the first 6 months to a year. But once you like focus on getting like the most valuable units in the first like year-ish, try to get Arlecchino, Emily, Raiden, Escoffier, maybe arguably Shenhe, assuming you got Escoffier first, or maybe you get Shenhe, maybe I don't know. If you start a Polearm Only account like in next patch, do you choose to get Shenhe? Do you choose to get Shenhe and then get Escoffier on a rerun? I don't know. I think you still can, because you can still do like Shenhe plus Rosaria, and it still's pretty decent as an option. I don't know. I think it probably is worth it. So I don't know. So actually, funnily enough, I think because of Escoffier existing, yeah, Shenhe is now a unit that is one of the recommended 5-stars to get. Emily actually, if anything, maybe has pushed out a recommendation, because realistically, like, Emily is good to have as an option because Emily burn teams for adding damage for Arlecchino team options, Hu Tao team options as an alternative to Chevreuse teams, and also making Sino actually function is good. Like, Emily is worth getting, but not a priority over Escoffier. So I actually think the priority would be, you know, 4-star factor of Eonson, Xiangling. Toma is getting a C0 copy of, is really nice. Eonson probably, of course. I think I already mentioned her. But yeah, Xiangling is to get C4, of course. And then 5 stars is Arlecchino, Raiden, 4 Chevreuse teams. Escoffier, Shenhe, and then there's Emily. And I think Hu Tao is also in that category as well. And then the others have niche utility. Shao, quite frankly, I think actually might be lower value than Sino on this account. Well, I don't know. Now that Eonson exists, he might be better than Sino. Well, I don't know. Better than Sino is maybe a stretch, because it depends on what other offfielders you have to pair with him. So, I think after Escoffier released, Polearms Only might be better than Swords Only. Okay, so actually, on reflection of that, so no, I don't think after Escoffier release. So I had the realization that, okay, Polearms Only is 100% better. Like better, by better I mean stronger. Like you have more compelling team options, right? To clear the game's content, whatever, right? I think Polearms Only is stronger than Swords Only. Like, I think it's the easiest only weapon type challenge at this point, based on the characters that have released and the conjunction of teams you have in that subset of characters. I realized that after Eonson released, like, having an attack buffer available in this account with units like Xiangling that can like snapshot that buff, and various ways of different characters to take advantage of it. Like, I do think Polearms Only is the easiest, and Eonson is what made me realize that. But funnily enough, after I talked with actually Tars Blamo, because it's like Tars Blamo and I usually kind of like definitely were on the same page where we agreed that Swords Only used to be the easiest for quite a while. But swords, if you look at like the teams you can actually create from swords characters, they're not as compelling as the teams you can make with Polearm only characters. And Catalysts has some interesting advantages over Polearms, but again, like the teams are like a little bit more scuffed. So even as silly as it is with like Farina and Bennett and Xingqiu and whatever existing, like there's definitely plenty of situations where I think Swords still has an advantage over Polearms only. It's just like the for an actual invested account in the long term, 3 years later, I think Polearms is definitely easier to clear. Like if I had been doing a sword only account versus a Polearm only account, I think Swords only would be struggling to clear more often than Polearms only is, right? But anyways, spells only, catalyst only is interesting because of the strengths of some catalyst units and how they interface with each other. But yeah, I Polearms only solidly is in the category, in my opinion, easiest weapon only challenge, with a invested account years later as the context, asterisk on that. Depends on the investment level in the account, how long it's been going for, what exact characters you have, if you're actually trying to run this challenge yourself. So yeah, I didn't take Escoffier for that. Escoffier was just like, yep, here's another extremely strong character. For even more team options on Polearms only, right? But funnily enough, I actually don't think it was Eon's on either, is my point. Because after like talking with Tars and like about different things and reflecting more on it myself after Eon's on released, I think it was Chevreuse that did it. I don't even think it was Eon's on. Like, in some ways, I think Eon-san had less of an effect than I thought she was going to have on this account. And it's because Chevreuse exists. So, like Chevreuse is ridiculous. Chevreuse was the real tipping point. There was an enormous tipping point on the Polearms only, pre Chevreuse release and post Chevreuse release. And that only has become more true as they've released more units that can work in Chevreuse teams. Eon-san, Arlecchino, being the main two, of course. Well, the only two that have released since her. But yeah, so anyways, the real effect was Eon-san and Chevreuse. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I can tell you, like, if we deleted Eon-san from the account, I'd be fine. I would be fine. If we deleted Chevreuse from the account, ooh, whoa, like, that's kind of my point, right? So I don't know. Chevreuse is strong. That's it. That's it. And yeah, so weirdly enough, she was the tipping point more than anything. But yes, as time has gone on and we gotten more Chevreuse teammates, that is even more the case. As far as constellations go, do I think you need Raiden or Arlecchino constellations, Raiden constellations, Emily constellations, Escoffier constellations? Definitely no for Escoffier. Shenhe constellations, no. C1 Shenhe is nice to have though for some flexibility. C1 Hu Tao is really nice to have for charge attack damage output. But like not as significant as I think you would see on a normal account that can vaporize every charge attack, though, I will say. I don't think it's actually worth it. So, I don't know. The main constellations I think could actually be worthwhile to consider are Emily's constellations, Raiden's constellations, and Arlecchino's constellations. 4-star constellations, obviously, Eon-san. I think Eon-san C4 arguably is probably the most important Eon-san constellation based on my experience with Eon-san, testing different Eon-san constellations on my main account, and playing different teams with Eon-san on Polearms only. And like if you use Eon-san for Raiden, switch to Raiden, use Raiden burst. Oftentimes you'll fall below 42 Night Soul when you Raiden burst, where C4 should fix that problem. It's not really that big of a problem. You're still gaining meaningfully from Eon-san buff, but you get the point. But yeah, Emily constellations are quite strong for C1 and C2. So yeah, I do think Emily constellations can be worthwhile, but it's not like it's something you should prioritize, right? I take a drink. Oh boy, I'm tired apparently. Shuttling pre C4 isn't fun, speaking from my own experience. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. That's why I was saying Xiangling constellations are important to potentially consider as a factor when wishing for characters on a Polearm Only account. But yeah, Arlecchino, we did a stream like a year ago, right, when Arlecchino released, testing all of Arlecchino's constellations on this account, and we saw pretty obvious increases from C1, C2, C3, and then C4, C6 basically are all one constellation in one, and the increase from like going all the way from C3 to C6 is less than I'd say the individual effect was from any C1, C2, or C3, right? Like, and in practice, much of the strength of C6 Arlecchino, like when I am playing her without trying to power her down or whatever, I usually don't, because my approach again has been to clear abysses without Arlecchino at all, and then use Arlecchino as like a victory lap run for fun. Yes, you can freeze Nilou with a Scofier. Nilou's best team is with a Scofier now, realistically. Like, yeah, like DPS Nilou is technically better than Bloom Nilou now, because there's no AoE abysses, and even outside of that context, I'm pretty sure the team DPS is just way higher. Like, yeah, freeze DPS Nilou is better. It's not because Nilou is an incredible DPS, it's just because that's how Scofier teams work. Anyways, happy B-Day. It's Polearm's birthday, but yes, happy birthday to Polearms. So anyways, like Arlecchino constellations, we saw, like, you could notice the effect of C1, C2, C3 much more than anything past C3. And C6 is definitely an interesting constellation that changes the gameplay utility of Arlecchino with wanting to burst more on her. And it's fun when you min-max around it, but it's also highly unnecessary. It's so very unnecessary. Like, the damage increase from, like, the crit value from this was much less noticeable than you would think. Like, I have purposely, like, not used Arlecchino with, like, you know, removing the crit value basically that C6 gives, and I barely noticed the difference. So, you know, basically, if I don't, right, because I can turn C6, C4, C5 off by just not bursting on Arlecchino, aka like normal Arlecchino gameplay, and removing the 80 crit value from the build, which is not that hard. Like, it's pretty easy to turn off C6 Arlecchino, and it's obviously it's still extremely good, right? Like, that's functionally going from C6 to C3 Arlecchino when I do that, and it's still extremely good. So, I don't know. Like, but do you need it? No. I think there is a very strong, compelling reason to try to get C1 and C2 Arlecchino, though. Having C2, like, changes her gameplay for giving her more adaptability to use her burst to reset her skill cooldown at the right time to give her more Bond of Life. On demand, reset her damage dealing, yada yada. Like C2, I think, is potentially worth it. C1 is potentially worth it. C3 is, like, you know, just a whatever damage increase. Like, it's just multiplier increase. It's not bad. It's just not like, oh my god, I need that. Right? So, I don't know. It's a meaningful damage increase. I wouldn't over-prioritize C3. I think C1 and C2 are most notable, and probably the most valuable constellations for 5-star constellations in the game because of how strong Arlecchino is. And how many compelling team options Arlecchino has on this account. Raiden C2 would be, and yeah, whatever. No, don't go for past C2 Raiden. This is just a set. This happened, by the way, again. I had a carried over guarantee from Shenhe Banner, like 9 months later, all the way to Raiden Rerun Banner with Chevreuse release. So I had a guarantee for C1, and then, you know, it took us a fairly average amount of pulls to get C6 Chevreuse. And we got, you know, our guaranteed Raiden, and then 2 more copies of Raiden, I believe with 50-50 wins or some conjunction to that, right? We got a little bit lucky. So we got C3 Raiden and going for C6 Chevreuse. And, like, I wanted Raiden constellations, but, like, the priority was definitely Chevreuse over Raiden constellations. If Chevreuse happened to run on Navia banner, I would have gotten a bunch of copies of freaking Navia on a Polearm Only account over Raiden constellations. They were more important. Chevreuse constellations were more important. Sorry, Raiden. Chevreuse constellations are more important than Raiden constellations. And then C4 and C5 happened because of Thoma. Because I wanted... Thoma was at C2 for, like, the longest time on this account. And when Raiden reran with Kanich last year, chose to be like, all right, well, I have a bunch of resources. It probably doesn't make sense to do this, and it didn't really make sense. It took a lot of resources to do this and whatever. And we got 2 more copies of Raiden going for 4 copies of Thoma. So, And then I did grind, to be clear. I did grind for trying to get C6 Raiden, not because it actually is useful. In fact, the only context in which I can actually imagine C6 Raiden doing anything at all is specifically abusing C6 Arlecchino. because C6 Arlecchino, right, so C4 Arlecchino, first of all, reduces her skill cooldown by 2 seconds. Every time she absorbs a blood debt directive, so that can happen every 10 seconds. So basically 2-second cooldown reduction, which reduces her burst cooldown to 13 seconds. Okay, interesting. Well, C6 Raiden reduces it to 8 seconds. So basically you can do some weird shenanigans like a Chevreuse team where you know, Arlecchino E, Q, E, Raiden burst, go back to Arlecchino, burst again, kind of thing, right? But, you know, is that actually that good? I don't know. It's funny. It's funny, stupid C6 things. But I'm not going to pull. I'm not going to. I win for C6 Raiden, and we lost a 50-50. I don't know what's a better signal than that. And I don't know. I think it's funnier having C5, because having C5 and being stuck at C5 tells the story of, like, I didn't actually really intentionally choose to get this many Raiden constellations. They just ran the freaking relevant polearms that I wanted for 4 stars. So, you know, the reality where we get Raiden C6 is the reality where they rerun Yeon-san on a Raiden banner, which is probably not going to happen on the next Raiden banner, realistically. If they do, we will probably end up with Raiden. Well, I shouldn't say we'll probably, because my intention right now is I think getting C1 Escoffier will be more fun than getting C6 Raiden. So that is my priority, is trying to get to pity for C1 Escoffier. We might not get it, but we might also. The reason I want C1 Escoffier as far as constellations go, it's only benefits our full Hydro Cryo teams and only benefits your Cryo crit damage. The reason I want that is because Rosaria, Candice, Shenhe, Escoffier is a fun team at a baseline. It performs pretty well at a baseline. I don't think you need Escoffier C1 at all. But Xiangling is better in this team context. Replace Candice with Xiangling. You're depending on the context of whatever you need for enemy shields and whatever, maybe Hydra is important, right? But just at a damage level, Xiangling is meaningfully better than Candice here, right? Because now you start melting on your Escoffier, melting on even Shenhe, melting on Rosaria. It's just stronger. But I want the Candice variant to basically be equivalent. That's why I want this. I want the Candice, but you know, the 60% crit damage to try to make this team perform more similar to the Xiangling variant. So that's a very specific reason, and it mostly comes down to me liking Candice and wanting to play her more. So, you know, there's that. Also, if you play a Polearm Only account, I heard you get a free cracked goblet. These come free, standard issue, every Polearm account. I have that on good record from a Hoyoverse representative. I figured I had to show this. I can't talk about Polearms Only and the experience of Polearms Only without showing this. Anyways, by the way, this is a joke, just in case anyone's not aware. You do not get guaranteed artifacts like this from playing a Polearm Only account. It's not only for Candice, it's for anyone Candice infuses, technically. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, this goblet. I got this goblet on Polearms only a few months after starting the account, before there was even a single rumor of Candice existing. Before there the rumor of a Hydro Polearm existing popped up. Like oh, that in Sumeru we'd get a Hydro Polearm 4-star, or I don't even know if it was a 4-star leak originally. Like that rumor popped up like a month after I got this goblet. It was hilarious, right? It was like, oh, holy crap, I might actually be able to use this goblet. It was, I don't know. Anyways, I've used this Candice goblet on Candice for a while. Candice can get some pretty decent damage with as good of a build as she has here. This is, you know, a build I changed a little bit around the fact that it's in a Escoffier team, by the way, to make sure she bursts consistently, but also just gets pretty decent damage. I can actually use this piece if I wanted to get even more damage on her, but I'd rather have the slightly higher ER. But yeah, with Cryo Resonance and Rosaria buff, this is actually like 80% crit rate or something. So the crit rate is actually more than compelling enough. So, but anyways, sacrifice a little bit of crit damage for more ER comfort since she is solo Hydro. There's enough favs on the team though, like R5 fav on you, R1 fav on you is generally speaking enough that the energy economy is not a problem with Candace, even on the 190 ER build in this team. But anyways, yep. Sino was rumored to be Hydro. I mean, I think it's actually a good thing that if Sino is the same exact kit but Hydro, this account would be in a worse state. Yes, that is me saying that Candace has a better kit as a Hydro than if Sino, like, if the only Hydro Polearm we have in the account was Sino, you know, yeah, we might get more value out of, like, crit DPSing a Hydro unit, but what actual team would you play for a Hydro Sino on this account? I guess, like, Xiangling Eon-san would be compelling now. You could try to do forward Vaporize, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know. It's a lot of Hydra app. I guess it's true. If Sino was Hydra, I would not be against the idea of them releasing Hydro Sino. But anyways, yeah, it'd probably be Ayato like, and having this weird off-field utility, and like people underestimate how much like Candace doesn't necessarily have a lot of total Hydra application, but when you utilize the fact that she can turn your other melee units into Hydra appliers, you can actually get a surprisingly good amount of Hydro application. And also, most notably, she also has a lot of front-loaded Hydro. And front-loaded Hydro application is quite nice, I will say. Like, Hydro application on demand when switching, and then with C6 when doing some normal attacks is nice. The C6 Hydro application is more timed rather than front-loaded. But anyways. I miss Candace Yayo Hyperbloom. Yeah, me too. I've tried it a few times randomly, and it's just like, it just doesn't keep up with any of the other compelling teams in the account. It's just too inconsistent. It's fun, but honestly, at this point, I think we need a more compelling Dendro player that doesn't require field time to make Candace Yayo Hyperbloom work, or different options for Hyperbloom triggers for the electric unit than Raiden. Like, what I would like is someone like Raiden that can do like compelling triggers for Hyperbloom with their skill, but then also do something with like the Hydra infusion from Candace. Because Raiden, if I want to, I don't know what that kit looks like. I don't think it'll ever exist. But anyways, Kekfin, there's a rare sight. Hello, Mr. Kek. So yeah. Anyways, I think that's the overall experience of Polearms Only has been one where like, I think we definitely got fairly lucky. If I'm gonna go like character by character, the first 5-star character. Well, actually, what was the first 5-star character we got? I think it was Shao. Yeah, I think it was Shao. Let's go in the character archive. Yeah, 531. Yeah, Shao. Wow, we got Shao less than even a month into Polearms Only. I didn't even realize. Well, actually, no, it makes sense. I think part of the reason it started then was because Shao running second half. Anyways, so yeah, I don't know. Shao is probably not that valuable in this count, but he was the first one. We won a 50-50 for him, and then we had enough wishes at the time that we chose to wish for Jade Spear, which, in hindsight, oh no, not his build. I've gotten 4 copies of Jade Spear, I think. I believe I have an R3, and I also have an R1 copy, if I recall. I've either gotten 3 or 4 copies. I don't know. Either way, I've gotten enough copies of Jade Spear from like off-rate ups, both from Standard Banner and from losing my 25-75, whatever, on the Weapon Banner to Jade Spear, that like, it did not make sense in hindsight. In the moment, it felt like it did because we got lucky getting Shao early with a 50-50 win. It was a good start to the account, and then we took a risk going the Weapon Banner and got Jade Spear. I don't think that paid off. That was a stupid decision. It was ultimately, that was quite literally a waste of 60 wishes in hindsight. And then I think it was Zhongli actually after that, right? I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was Zhongli was the next 5-star character that released, or that we got, and on a rerun, and we lost the 50-50 for him. I think I had to go to pity twice, so you know, if I hadn't spent wishes on the Weapon Banner. And then it was, I believe, Sino and Candace who are on the same banner, of course. And we won a 50-50 for Sino. And this was the one time where I would say I did it, so I've done 2 instances of topping up on the account. One was for the Arlecchino video, which I would have been able to get C6 Arlecchino without topping up if I, had been more patient, yada yada, made slightly better decisions. The topping up was actually not necessary, and mostly the grinding got me more of what I needed to get to C6 Arlecchino, and saving a lot of Primo Gems got me more of C6 Arlecchino than the top-ups did. The top-ups, at best, got me 2 Arlecchinos. Anyways, arguably only 1, but anyways, point being, Sino Candace, I ended up deciding to do, I believe it was like the $50 and the $100 top-up with the top-up bonus on Polearms Only. And the reason for that was because I thought having Hydro application was going to be important, and I liked Candace. And originally I just wanted her C4, and I just decided to go for a C6. And also the game was like, here you go, have 2 more copies of Sino. That's why we have C2 Sino. It's because we were going for C6 Candace. And I actually think that was the correct decision. I don't think Candace has actually had a rerun banner on another relevant polearm unit. Like, I actually don't know how many copies of Candace I've gotten total on this account. But I don't really recall any recent instances, at least. I don't know. Let's just go triple check, I guess. Do a quick Google search. Candace Genshin. Is this free to play? No, it is low spender. I've not had welcomes and battle passes going out throughout the history of the account, but I do not regret it being a low spender account. If topping up at all counts as not being low spender anymore to you, well then I guess it's not low spender to you. There's no such thing as a universal definition for anything. But anyways, I strongly feel, by the way, that if you're like, if you can afford it and you're playing Genshin daily anyways, it makes sense to buy the welkins at least. Battle passes is an it depends situation. I haven't bought the battle pass for a while, in Genshin, because in this account, because the resources are useless. It doesn't do anything. I don't need all the Mora and crap. Anyways, let's look at the banners history. So first banner was Sino, right? Benti. Was there a single another polearm banner that she ran on? No, it was not. That's what I thought. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if every single copy of Candace I got on this account came from her original banner. So, like, it's the one instance of a top-up that had an actual effect maybe on this account, and I think it was worth it. So, it's one of the rare top-ups I can feel like, okay, was worth it. And part of the reason for that was, like, there were more 5-star polearms coming that I was like, okay, yeah, I could potentially grind out more resources for Candace, right? I could, whatever. But I kind of need those resources for future polearm characters coming, like Raiden coming back, or future character releases. Like, so I was just like, you know what? I think this makes sense. So I don't know. And Candace has been, like, downright necessary to clear, especially early on in the account. With our first 36-star clears, we downright needed a Hydro unit to enable the team to function for Hyperbloom Yao Yao Raiden. But also, even later on, like most recently, say in the Abyss that had the Pyro flying creature, I forgot what it's called, in Abyss, Candace can get through its shield pretty easily, and she's very necessary there. So, anyways, people's biggest mistake is they kept buying battle passes, allowing Hoyo to never give us a new battle pass until Fontaine, and now we're back to 0 new things. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about the weapons, though. The weapons are not the problem. The weapons are not the problem on Polearms Only for why the battle pass is not worth it. Because the weapons are not why you should buy the battle pass, generally speaking, by the way. The weapons are a bonus to buying the battle pass. They're an incentive. They're the bait. They're the thing that makes you want to bite. Nom. The actual reason and value of the battle pass is the Mora, is the hero's wits, it's the talent materials, and it's the artifact XP or weapon XP, whatever you choose. It's and then it's a little bit of resin too, and then a couple wishes. You get as many wishes from the battle pass, ignoring all the other resources. You get about as many wishes from the battle pass, buying the $10 battle pass, as you do doing a $10 top up. It's about $2 per wish, just in the wish value alone. Like, the battle pass makes way more sense to buy than top ups. Right, and then also there's an elixir now. Yeah, it's true. They added that. It's not worth forgetting that's true. So like, anyways, point being, that's the reason these resources aren't necessary on this account. I know I don't have any heroes wits right now. It's because I just, you know, leveled characters, both for theater and leveled Escoffier. I'm actually getting surprisingly low on them because of theater. So anyways, maybe I guess because of theater, as stupid as it is the only reason to potentially buy the battle pass anymore on Polearms Only. But anyways, I think I've had battle passes. Like, I do have like an R5 deathmatch, but I don't even have an R5 of the new Polearm, because I think I have an R2. And when I bought the battle pass for the R2, I was like, this was pointless. Why did I buy that battle pass? That was stupid. It did nothing for the account. So yeah, so most of the battle pass weapons are quite meh. This is true as well. So I don't know. The reason to buy the battle pass is not the weapons. The reason to buy the battle pass is the resources you get, the resin resources, whether it be artifact XP, more heroes wits. Like, I don't think people quite understand how, especially over time, the resources you get from multiple battle passes, like if you're gonna call anything about my main account unrelatable as far as the effect of spending money on my main account, it's like buying the battle pass for almost 3 years straight on my main account. Like this thing has let me level up so many more characters. To be clear, a bunch of them are characters I wouldn't have leveled up if I wasn't a content creator, right? But like, this has like compounding value in saving you resin that I don't think people realize changes the balance of things a lot more. Like, people be like, you're C2 Farina, you're underestimating the Constellation. No, what I think you're underestimating is the effect of battle passes. So I don't know, like unironically, I think that's what people underestimate more. But anyways, like, I don't feel like calculating the resin value of 3 years of battle passes right now. Well, actually, I don't know. Does anyone know? Does anyone know what the resin value is on the battle pass on an approximated level? I'm sure someone might know in my chat, like, have an estimate. It says in the wiki. Oh, let me check. Genshin battle pass. Plat. Resin. Item's original value in original resin is as follows. Okay. The values that approximate the worth of Gnostic Hymn are 4,000 original resin, 3,200 primo gems, 22 days of game progression, 500% efficiency of relative. I think this is actually maybe the best one. Because, like, how long you've been playing, how many days have you been logging in, how much resin you've actually spent, right, is the actual measure of progression in Genshin more than anything.
Everything is negotiable.
Phone. So, how many patches, we'll just say 8 patches per year on my main account. I've played technically slightly more than this, but 8 patches per year times 3 years, 24 patches times 22 is 522 days of extra progression. So, functionally buying almost 3 years of battle passes has accelerated the resin progression on my main account almost 2 years ahead. Right? Like, it's over a year and a half of acceleration. Like, that's my point. The battle pass is unironically more battle pass over time, not just one of them. The battle pass over time and like Welkin's over time is more unrelatable and has more of an effect than anything. Anyways, so yeah, this is a battle pass ad. I'm sorry, but it's also an anti-battle pass ad because, like I said, on Polearms Only, this account is hyper focused on a more specific niche. And while you're probably not focused specifically on Polearms Only, right? The ultimate lesson of this kind of challenge account is that you can hyper focus on like a specific subset of characters that you like for whatever reason, and just continue investing more and more into those specific characters, and probably still succeed to some level. Like, you have to, ideally want some adaptability. Like, you're going to want to consider pulling Escoffier if you're really dedicated to Ayaka, I suspect. But like, if you're really dedicated to Ayaka, getting Ayaka, Escoffier, Verena, Shenhe, and some mix of constellations, 5-star weapons, really cracked artifacts, and then having another team that is compelling to you, like, you don't need as many characters as like my main account has, right, to be able to clear the end game content. You can kind of hyper focus on specific characters and succeed, even to the degree that you can keep up with the power creep of the game without pulling for the new power creep pyro DPS, right? You can keep up with the power creep of the game just by investing further into your existing things. And the number one thing you need for that is to continue logging in and playing every day. Continue the grind for the Primogem grind, continue the resource grind in every level, right? But the Battle Pass in particular is important for leveling more characters in general, like more total numbers of characters. So if you're not leveling more total numbers of characters, the Battle Pass is a lot less relevant. And let's be real, it's probably part of the reason they did Theater. They did Theater, and the awful requirement of Theater forcing you to level characters to 70, even though the characters don't actually have to be level 70. There are so many characters that would be useful in Theater without having to be level 70, right? They just don't need to be level 70, because what they are useful for in Theater is just like elemental application, for example. But like, they probably did Theater probably to make more Battle Pass sales. I wouldn't be surprised that more than anything if Theater has increased their Battle Pass sales, because they probably saw the player base stagnating a little bit, and like, I think most players end up in a spot where they end up leveling less characters over time because they have a specific subset of characters, aka a specific niche they ended up focusing on just naturally over time. That they end up pulling less new characters, and if you're pulling less new characters, you don't have to build them. You don't really need to buy the battle pass for the rewards, and Mihoyo makes less money, so they release a game mode that forces you to build more characters. So, anyways, it depends on what your account is the ultimate point. And Polearms Only not needing the battle pass is a lesson of why, like, the battle pass is an it depends situation, but I was merely mentioning that, like, what makes my main account more unrelatable in context of the Battle Pass is the, like, not any specific constellation or whatever that I have in any specific instance, generally speaking, or 5-star weapon. It's the fact that I just have more options in general. And the options I have are mostly just the conjunction of having more resin resources over time than an account that didn't, spend a little bit of money. So anyways, like, the top-ups actually have the least effect of anything. So, I don't know. It's just like people, if you could understand that top-ups aren't very valuable, you should understand that top-ups aren't valuable for your account progression either, right? Like, the reason top-ups aren't worth it is because they're inefficient. They don't actually give you that much of value, generally speaking. Wishing-wise, they don't give you that much of value, but they also don't actually give you much of value for game progression. So, anyways. Yeah, like, Welkins and Battle Pass is so much more. Anyway, why are we yapping? Point is, yes, this account being low spender versus completely free to play obviously changes things. I haven't bought the Battle Pass for its entire duration because I haven't needed it. Welkins have existed, I think, like, there was definitely, I think, a 6-month stretch at least where I didn't buy any Welkins for the account. But then maybe even, like, I don't know. I think there's, being that the account is 3 years old, I'm pretty sure there's at least, like, approximately a year total. So, 12 months where I didn't buy Welkins, for what it's worth, because it just didn't seem necessary, because I already had 40,000 Primogems. Why do I need to accrue more, right? I do have Welkins going right now, though, because of the conjunction of terrible decisions. Going for Shenhe constellations. Like, going for Shenhe constellations was like, okay, well, I should probably have Welkins going to recoup my resources in order to be able to get future characters that release. Right? If I didn't do Welkins after the C2 Shenhe incident, I would have had to farm a lot more for, like, a C0 Escoffier kind of thing, right? So, anyways. After Sino release was Raiden rerun. So we got C0 Raiden on her first rerun. And then it was Yaoya release. I don't remember what banner Yaoya released on. But we got her. And then it was Mika release, and that was with Shenhe. And I believe that marked about the first year of Polearms Only, and about a year into Polearms Only, we had all Polearm characters. That was all Polearm characters at the time. We got Yunjin on some banner, we got Toma at some point. Oh yeah, Yayo was on a I'll hate them, yeah. Like, yeah, that was it. And then it was new characters from there. And this is what I'm talking about. We're like, oh wait, Hu Tao, sorry. When did Hu Tao run? Oh. I don't remember when Hu Tao ran, but we got her at some point. I don't remember her being particularly hard to acquire. Did she show up after all with Lantern right with Yelan? Oh yeah, that line. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember. Yeah, because we went for like C2 Yao, and I remember being like, okay, really don't want to get a 5-star on Yao because we need the resources for Hu Tao. Yeah. I remember that. Yep. Hu Tao build. Bam. This is a Shimenawa's build right now. 4-piece Marshal Hunter, by the way. I showed this a while back. This is something that's a weird niche bit of tech you can do, but 4-piece Marshal Hunter can work on Hu Tao, particularly in Chevreuse team context, and can keep up the stacks permanently because of the fact that you can do a low healing build on Chevreuse. So a low amount of healing on like a C6 Chevreuse in particular will allow you to fully keep up stacks in 4-piece Marshal Hunter. If you have a high healing build, like I have a healing focus build on Song of Days Past on Chevreuse now, I think there is some downtime on 4-piece MH stacks. But anyways, oh yeah, I bought the Hu Tao skin. It's the only skin I've like actually really strongly liked of 5-star skins they released. So, you know, I don't know. It's just nice. I like it. So, anyways, this is a extremely good 4-piece Shimenawa's build. We technically got an upgrade last week, which was funny. We got this random artifact, which is a not incredible upgrade, but a minor one, and we take minor upgrades. There is basically no dead stats on this build, essentially. Could have, you know, more crit rate or whatever, but it's kind of fine. You didn't like Shenhe's skin? Nope. I like Shenhe's base skin more. Sorry. I don't know what that tells you about me, but like, I like it more. I'm sorry. I didn't hate it. I think there's some nice aspects to the Shenhe skin, but funnily enough, I think the Shenhe skin shows too much skin. That's my only guess. Is like, why am I like, I like some of the visual design aspects of the base skin more, particularly from behind. But I actually just think it's primarily I just like that her base skin shows less skin. I don't know. I think that's the only thing that bothers me about it. Realistically, is my guess. So other than that, like, I don't dislike it. But I don't know. I really like the I do feel like she still has the effect of like these little like wing tassel bits on the dress, but I feel like the visual effect of that is sold more. Like, it's more simple, less detailed, sure, on her base skin. But I feel like these being like wings, like as if she's a crane, whatever. That's the whole visual motif. I think that visual motif for her, you know, crane returns in the wind, whatever, works better with her base skin than her whatever. So, anyways, and being that I have to spend money for it, why spend money for something that like Hu Tao skin? I just like this a lot more. I don't hate Hu Tao's base skin or anything. I like Hu Tao's base skin, but I really liked Hu Tao's skin. So I was like, okay, whatever. I'll get this. Why not? Nice to spend money on something that's just like a pleasing cosmetic for once that I like. So I don't know. Anyways, I think Shenhe is as bad as the Jeff makes her out to be. I mean, she's better with the Escoffier's release, but one thing I noticed on my main account was like, so I have a problem with the Escoffier for arena teams in that oftentimes the Escoffier for arena teams do not enough feel like the on-fielder is doing relevant damage, right? I think the best thing that showcased this was when I was doing Escoffier testing, when I did Escoffier Shenhe for arena with Ganyu. And it's like, oh sweet, a Ganyu team that can do 2 Shenhe skills per rotation, which is usually what Shenhe needs. Like Shenhe being able to buff 2 other cryo units rather than just 1 significantly changes her value, which is why Escoffier is a meaningful, like Shenhe's meaningfully valued for a high value with the Escoffier teams. But you also need to be able to do 2 skills per rotation with the C0 Shenhe, ideally. You get a lot more buffing value by doing that. So if you don't have the flexibility to swap out, that's bad. Ganyu does. The problem is that like Ganyu with her burst Like, it felt more like burst DPS Ganyu with Shenhe buff applying to Ganyu's burst than it did Ganyu charge attacks, in conjunction with the fact that Shenhe buffs Escofia's damage so much, and then Freena's doing a bunch of damage too, and like, it felt like Ganyu did like a couple charge attacks. I think there was one Abyss chamber that I cleared for the previous Abyss cycle, at least, where Ganyu did one charge attack. Or even 0, I don't even remember. Like, because it's just like, okay, then. And then I did the same exact team, so changed nothing other than do Charlotte in the same team. And I believe I yoinked the exact same artifacts from Ganyu and put them on Charlotte instead. I did the exact same situation. And the team cleared almost exactly the same. And in fact, I think Charlotte is more fun to do in that team, because Charlotte kind of needs a flat buff to actually do real damage. Ganyu doesn't. So I actually think Shen has a weird effect of, even in a place where she makes sense, like that Ganyu Escoffier for Nick context, she makes the team balance feel less like a Ganyu team. And that's kind of lame to me. And I think that's the same with Wriothesley. And I think that's the same, although Wriothesley has another problem of like, who do you put if you're not doing Shenhe? Well, you do like Yelan, and Yelan's going to have the same effect where it's going to, like, Yelan, Escoffier, Farina damage is going to feel more like, so I don't know. You might prefer Shenhe, even though Shenhe is not ideal for Wriothesley, whatever. Shenhe might still feel better for Wriothesley, for him dealing damage, than Yelan would, at least. But anyways, and I think it's going to be a similar effect for Skirk too, is my suspicion. Although Skirk has so much higher multipliers in an Escoffier team context that I don't think you're going to feel that way in Skirk with Shenhe. Like, Shenhe is going to be one of the compelling units to pair in the last slot of an Escoffier team for Skirk, but Skirk is not quick swap. You can't do 2 skills per rotation. Like, I don't know. The point being, Shenhe was made more to be an Ayaka buffer than she was made to be a Cryo buffer. And, like, you really want quick swappy teams or off-field DPS to truly gain value from her. So that's why, like, actually on Polearms Only, the conjunction of Shenhe, Escoffier, Rosaria actually works pretty well and is quite enjoyable, because I think Rosaria is the other character in the game that takes the most advantage from Shenhe buff. And I think Kaya is probably a similar situation if you like Kaya. Right? So, you know, Shenhe, like, despite Escoffier's release, is still niche. And, like, I like having her as an option, but honestly, I don't think I'm going to play her with even Escoffier that often. Outside of the context of, like, Charlotte. I do enjoy, like, Charlotte feels like she does something with Shenhe's buff in an Escoffier team. Like, you can see the damage, like, increase meaningfully when you start, like, doing Charlotte bursts, and, like, Charlotte bursts with Shenhe buff is meaningful, and it's fun to do this picture snapshotting with Charlotte. Like, she just feels enjoyable, nice sound effects. It's not like Charlotte is contributing insane damage or anything, but it feels enjoyable. And you do notice some of the damage with Shenhe there, so, like, that context is fun. But again, like, it's a team that, you know, you need the flat buff because Charlotte's so much worse. I don't know. And even if that does, like, some baseline compelling amount of multiplier damage, I feel like isn't as good to get for Shenhe, other than, like, Ayaka, who has baseline compelling multiplier damage, but Shenhe was made to synergize with her, like, perfectly. So, anyways. Yeah, I don't know. And supposedly they're doing an actual rerun, not a Chronicle Banner rerun for Shenhe, which I don't feel like yapping about Chronicle Banner. I feel like it's an actual dick move in some ways to do that. Because you have people like my mod who is waiting for a Shenhe rerun and saved a guarantee on the limited banner for a Shenhe rerun. Because they wanted C6 and whatever. Even, yeah, obviously it didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to go for a C6, but they wanted C6 because, yeah. And then they rerun Shenhe on the Chronicle Banner. They're like, oh, we admit we were stupid before in putting the rule that, like, people are like, oh, they say in the Chronicle Banner listing that they can rerun characters off of Chronicle Banner still, even if they're on Chronicle Banner. They're not doomed to Chronicle Banner if they're on Chronicle Banner once. And, like, yes, sure. But, like, Chronicle Banner is more expensive to get characters on than Limited Banner, because capturing radiance does not exist. It's actually more expensive to get characters on Chronicle Banner, and there's the lack of any guarantee system. And so, like, what they have done with Shenhe is they use her as the example of, like, oopsie doopsie, we should have just, we kind of caused this problem where we didn't rerun this character for a year because we made this character way too niche. So that's our bad. We're gonna admit our mistake, and that's good on them. And we're gonna rerun Shenhe and Chronicle Banner. as a compromise for you guys. And it's like, okay, that's fine, I guess. Hey, this is our way to get Shenhe. That's good, at least. It's not as good as if it was a limited banner, technically, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It was a rerun, right? For the small number of people waiting for Shenhe. But then immediately, a few patches later, oopsie doopies, we happened to release a unit we definitely had no idea we were releasing. We had no idea we were planning. No idea we were planning to release a unit, 2 units, maybe, that compellingly will bait people into wishing for Shenhe more. And so, like, this was intentional, obviously. I don't know. Like, and again, if Chronicle Banner wasn't inherently lower value to wish on than the limited banner, this wouldn't be a freaking problem. It's such a dick move to a small number of specific people. Like, it made me waste wishes on Chronicle Banner. Like, I could have spent wishes on Shenhe rerun banner, progress towards capturing Radiance, higher chance of getting Dia copies that I want, because I couldn't get Dia copies. Instead, I got a Chi-Chi, right? I could have lost a 50-50 to Dia instead of, like, there's all these aspects, right, where I would have vastly preferred wishing for Shenhe on a limited banner, right? Even for a C0 Shenhe, and then you're screwing over people like my mod Sylvian who wanted C6 Shenhe. She had to spend meaningfully more wishes to get C6 Shenhe than she otherwise would have been able to if she just waited a few more months. Like, it's actually an enormous dick move, in my opinion, to do this. And like, sure, yeah, they say that they reserve the right to rerun characters on Chronicle Banner, not on Chronicle Banner anymore, if they choose to, and that's fine. But like, trying to be like, oh, they're like, there's some like weird rhetoric that people sometimes go with, like defending Hoyoverse with their like decisions as far as like gacha goes, and like, oh, they have to like do what they say because that's what they said in like the terms and conditions in the details page or whatever. Like, that's what they said they were going to do, so they have to go by that. Except the Shenhe case actually simultaneously shows they don't have to. They can go back on their word because they can admit they did a stupid and do a change. Just like they can just, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Why are people giving them the benefit of the doubt that they're, like, going to be 100% true to their word when they've already demonstrated that they're not going to be true to their word? Like, ugh. At least they're not as greedy as Infold. I mean, that's true. Yeah, they haven't self-destructed their game by completely changing the monetization system for the worse, I guess. That's good. So yeah. Oh yeah. Let's not forget the classic lie. I like how, you know, they're required to say, you know, what the cost of wishes are and whatnot is, which is a good change for the US and whatever. I still would say that, you know, how they have implemented this does not fully comply to the spirit of what the order was, but that's fine. It's still a benefit to the player base and informing people better. But yeah, the 50% off shop wishes or 60% off shop wishes, whatever it says, 40%, whatever. That's always a lie. It's 100% been a lie. Like, bruh. Like, why? Anyways, Bongo Cat. Oh, thank you.
The assumption that every person has somewhere
Leaf.
to call home is naive.
Anyways, why did we get on this yap? I don't know. Oh yeah, Shenhe. She's a good. Is she a good character? Yes, in specific niches. Is she actually worth it to pull for? Well, I think she's more worthwhile to pull for on a limited banner than she is on Chronicle Banner, which is nice. Should you pull for her, though, is a harder question to answer. I don't think she's the most compelling unit to get for specifically Skirk. She is probably one of the compelling units to get for Ayaka, or if you're, you know, maybe a Rosaria main, or a Kaya main, maybe, for just having more compelling team options for buffers, or if you want to do DPS Charlotte in Escoffier teams. Although you can, again, as an alternative, it's worth mentioning again, as an alternative, because you can get a C0 Sit Lolly, right, for the melt shenanigans that Sit Lolly enables. A C1 Sit Lolly, for many of the circumstances that Shenhe could be used in for her flat buff, C1 Sit Lolly is a flat buff that applies to any on-field damage. And when I have tested it, so for example, C1 Sit Lolly for DPS Charlotte, I have found is better than Shenhe. That was pre-Escoffier, though, to be clear, because, again, C1 Sit Lolly buffs the off-fielder damage. Sorry, not C1 Sit Lolly. Sit Lolly buffs the on-fielder damage. Shenhe can buff the off-fielder, like Escoffier. So, like, my point is, like, if you already have, or we're planning to get C0 Sit Lolly, and then you like, we're considering Shenhe for cryo buffing. Unironically, you can consider C1 Sitlali for cryo buffing instead of Shenhe, and it will cover more use cases. Essentially. But, so I don't know. Shenhe is in a weird spot. So yes, I agree with Jeff. Is my point. Like, I have, despite wanting her on my main account for a while, I have found less cases for her to feel compelling at C0 with like a realistic investment build on Noblesse, 180 ER fab build. Like this build on Polearms Only, by the way, is so much harder to get. So it's still a fab build. But 45 crit rate with 85 crit damage. And by the way, in this Escoffier team with Rosaria crit rate buff, she has more like 70% crit rate. I actually get like, 30, 40, 50k hits on Shenhe. With 198 ER, gives her a lot more flexibility and comfort with triple attack percent main stat. This is an incredibly hard build to get on Shenhe. Like, incredibly hard build to get. Yeah, and Sylveon's build is even better on Noblesse. And, like, I don't know. Shenhe takes kind of too much investment, is maybe my point. To get to the point of feeling like she starts to do something compelling. If I had this level of build on my main account, I think I'd be a little bit more happy with her performance. So, I don't know. But not like crazily so. Like, it wouldn't fundamentally change anything, and it's a lot more resin resources to have to put into getting this level of build on a main account. So, I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, if you want, the reason to get Shenhe over something like C1 Sitlali, whatever, if we're talking, you already have a C0 Sitlali at a baseline, so we're talking one additional 5-star cost. I think the reason to get Shenhe, therefore, is then buffing the off-fielder, so you want to increase your Escoffier damage, or other forms of off-field cryo damage, or you have a particular teammate like Ayaka who is sufficiently quick-swappy enough to allow for Shenhe to shine the best, particularly in an Escoffier team context. Otherwise, my answer would generally just be no. And I think C1 Sitlali buffing the on-fielder, even in Escoffier teams, can also address, like, again, the Ganyu team context again, right? Like, the fact that C1 Sitlali only would buff the on-fielder means that it should feel less like Shenhe, like, the Escoffier's damage being less in a C1 Sitlali. Actually, it's not that much less because you still get, like, scroll buff and whatever. But anyways, point being, C1 Sitlali as a cryo buffer instead of Shenhe, even for context where Shenhe is technically better, you might feel like you'd prefer C1 Sitlali for someone like Ganyu, because it would, again, slightly tip the balance for the team DPS more like towards Ganyu's damage and less towards, the off-fielder's damage. So I don't know. Yeah, it kind of puts her in the place of probably only get her if you like the character for whatever reason, or have one of the very specific niche use cases for her. It's kind of crazy how niche this character is, even with a unit that makes her meaningfully stronger, is my overall point. Like, they managed to make the magic conjunction of a character that has strong buffing potential, but is so niche that even something like a Escoffier releasing doesn't necessarily change the value equation on her kit for your account. So, anyways, on a Polearm Only account, though, where we're lacking in buffing options, and Escoffier exists, she's quite valuable. So, there you go. After Shenhe was... Oh yeah, after Shenhe was Raiden Rerun, Chevreuse release. I mentioned that before. And then it was Arlecchino release. And then you. And then there was, the C6 Yaoyo C2 Shao incident in there. And then it was Escoffier and Ianson. And getting like C2 Shenhe from Chronicle Banner. Oh yeah, I got screwed over on this account too. I didn't even realize. You know how many wishes I spent? You know how many wishes I spent on Chronicle Banner? For C2 Shenhe? You see these two characters? These weren't from a limited banner. These were standard banner characters. These were 50-50 losses. They stained this account. They are stains on this account. I never had a single non-limited 5-star character that was not a polearm on this account before Chronicle Banner. If Shenhe was on our limited banner, I would not have had this situation. And it probably would have been cheaper because, you know, there'd been chance of capturing Radiance. Actually, the likely chance of capturing Radiance. If I had waited to get to C2 Shenhe, to get C2 Shenhe on the actual rerun instead of Chronicle Banner. But, like, I thought that was my opportunity to get C2 Shenhe, and getting C1 and C2 Shenhe, like, I don't regret it because, like, I enjoy it. But, like, it obviously wasn't worth it, but it's still, I enjoy it. It gives given her more flexibility. Her C1 in particular, I think, was more important than her C2. C2 was just, like, a nice to have, makes her feel better because, like, better uptime on her burst and yada yada. The crit damage doesn't really matter that much. It's mostly just the uptime and more damage from her burst. Again, on a really invested build that can get good damage from her burst. So, anyways, why is Mizuki not level 20? That's true. She deserves the respect of being level 20 over those filthy non-Polearm limited 5 stars. Of course. Wait, why can't I? Oh, never mind. I was looking at the wrong button, you dumb brain. Alright. I thought I didn't have the resources to get the wish. Yes, we're going for C1 Escoffier. I've gotten way too distracted yapping, though, so we're not going to have that much time to grind today, but that's fine. Wow. Crazy. So yeah, that's been the history of Polearms Only in a relatively short time frame. We have 36 starred every single new enemy cycle. There's like the reason I say enemy cycle and not like resets is because remember like last year they before theater in particular they had abysses. I didn't condense my resin. Oh, kill me. They didn't reset enemy cycles every time the abyss reset. Right, it reset every 2 weeks. And there was usually, like, at minimum 4 weeks that the enemies were around for, but usually 6 weeks or even longer, where one enemy cycle in Abyss was around for. And, yeah, so there was a lot of, like, same enemy cycles, but with, like, minorly different blessings for buffs. And I didn't bother 36 starring every single one of those since we first started 36 starring on the account. And the reason for that is because of the fact that some of those Abyss cycles took a ton of optimization early on. Like, we're talking 10 hours for multiple different Abyss cycles. So, like, just the enemies being the same and taking potentially the same 10 hours of optimization was not worthwhile. If I was able to 36 star on one enemy cycle, that was good enough. But particularly post Chevreuse release, optimizing has not really been the same kind of problem. Like, not that there hasn't been a single Abyss that we've had to optimize anything on or anything. But like I said, and particularly post Arlecchino, I've been dedicated to, you know, doing a clear without Arlecchino at all, and then, you know, using Arlecchino as a celebratory thing, mostly to prove that the C6 is not necessary and pointless, and also that Arlecchino herself is completely not necessary. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, the Shenhe C2 is 15% cryo crit damage. I mean, if you're comparing Shenhe C2 to Escoffier C1, like, yeah, it's worse, particularly because it's a C2 versus a C1. But just on, like, yeah, 15% crit damage versus 60% crit damage, it seems a lot worse. And, like, it is, I would say, worse overall. But the notable thing is that it gives her a longer burst duration, which with an invested Shenhe build can help with her damage, especially in an Escoffier team context. But notably, remember, she also has an important buff, which is her Res Shred buff, that needs her burst up. So, you know, yeah, if you want the Res Shred buff, you need her burst up, and that's 6 second more uptime. So basically 100% uptime, right? With her Res Shred buff compared to before. Still circle impact and whatever, but anyways. Guarantee systems only for limited banners, right? Not for Chronicle? Yes, correct. The Chronicle banner not having any capturing radiance and not having any guarantee carryover, right? Being separate pity, being a fate point system, is why wishes are inherently worse to use on like the point of like it being like inherently more inefficient technically to wish on Chronicle banner over limited banner is something I stress because of the fact that they put stronger characters, generally speaking. Like, generally speaking, they've most of the Chronicle banner characters is they're here. This is where we're gonna put the lower value characters, because the game has progressed to a point where, like, you know, these are the lower value characters. Here's the high value characters we expect to make money from. So we're going to make the higher value characters easier to acquire than the lower value characters? What? Like, if you're going to acknowledge that the characters are lower value and put them on a lower value banner, make them cost less. Why do they cost more? They cost more. They're charging more. Like, that's what you should think of it. Like, they're charging you more money, even if you're not spending real money. They're charging you more in-game currency, fake money. They're charging you more to get the product for something they have acknowledged is a lower value product. And why isn't Raiden a Chronicle Banner? Because people still pay for her. Did you see what Raiden got in her last rerun? This is just Paimon Moe stats, so it's not reflective of the entire player base. Blap. By the way, these are... These numbers are indicative of there's gonna be people... Well, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting, actually. Like, Skirk is actually... like, for what it's worth, for Skirk being an attack scaling unit that has teams that are not Bennett, like, they won't use an attack buffer. Right, for it being an attack skill unit that, like, she actually has surprisingly compelling DPS for an attack unit without whatever. But there's a big gulf between her Escoffier teams and non-Escoffier teams. So anyways, these Escoffier numbers on Paimon.moe indicate there might be a large number of people who will regret not going for Escoffier because they're saving for Skirk. Like, Skirk is a very hyped up, like, character in the community from what I can tell. So I feel like we're gonna see a lot of people that actually have Skirk with no Escoffier. But I don't know. By the way, the Paimon.moe numbers, they tend to update, like, for what it's worth. Like, people tend to submit wishes to this data to this inconsistently. So the best example I have of this is when I was looking at Mawika summons. A lot more people were polling for Mawika and whatever, and were submitting data to this site, such that past banners actually got a bunch of additional numbers added to them. Like, Shilonen was literally at about 100k, like, I think it was like 130k summoned Shilonens on Paimon.moe at the start of Mawika's banner. And then after Mawika's banner, Shilonen said 200k Shilonen summoned. That wasn't people time traveling, that was people submitting polls that weren't submitted before, right? So, point being, when Skirk's banner happens, I suspect the number for Escoffier's banner should go up. But it's just a question of how many people have the resources to wish for Escoffier that also wanted Skirk, and how many people are paying attention to the conversation around Skirk in time to decide to pull Escoffier for her, right? If they have the resources. So, I don't know. Anyways, this is a low number, though. Here's what Versatility is at, by the way, for reference. But anyway, let's go back to Raiden rerun. That's why we were looking at this. Blap. Like, bruh. Doesn't seem like a very reliable site. It's f***ing data. What do you mean it's not a reliable site? Sorry, I'm just being a butthole on purpose for the purpose of emphasis, Rin. It's data. This has nothing to do about... the site is reliable. This isn't a flaw in how they're operating the site. This is a flaw in how they collect data. There is finite... They openly are just like, hey, yo, submit your Genshin pull history. This is a flaw in human behavior. The only thing they could do to address this problem of having better accurate data towards when a banner is still running, like a Escoffier is still running, is to, like, if they were paying people, were we going to ask Paimon.moe to, like, spend advertising dollars to pay people? Like, no. To submit data? That's stupid. So, like, if you want Paimon.moe's data to be better, go submit your polls to it. Go put in your data in Paimon.moe, which you can't do, by the way, I don't think, if you're on mobile, if you don't play on PC. Or you have to at least have an install on PC. You don't have to actually play on PC, but you have to install the game on PC to be able to grab the file that you upload. So, anyways, yeah, no, it doesn't include CN servers. Like, this is just a small representation of, like, what shows, like, a larger trend, right? And this is not data that necessarily is representative of different markets. It's a generalization. I'm mentioning all these asterisks because, like, yes, there's limited... You shouldn't draw too hard line of a conclusion because there is limitations on what this data is, where the data comes from, yada yada, right? So, anyways, Point being, this banner. This is not the. This is the previous banner, not the future banner. We're not time traveling in the future yet. This banner, like that's just like that's so many pulls for a character that is just not it. This character is like, I want to talk to these 77,000 people. Why? Actually, we can remove the people who went for 53,000 of these polls, by the way, submitted. So we can, if we look at the data here, numbers are small for you probably, but it's about 54,000 people pulled C0 Raiden. People only want boobs, apparently. Like Raiden's staying power is crazy. For reference, by the way, Arlecchino's first rerun. Let's see what Arlecchino's at. This is 100k. This is Arlecchino's an extremely popular character, by the way. Like, and to be clear, again, this data might be slightly out of date, or like might be lacking a little bit. And we're looking at, the point is to look at these relative numbers between the characters, right? But this is Raiden's first rerun versus Raiden's, like, what was that? Raiden's fourth rerun, I think? Fifth rerun? No, it's her fourth rerun. Her fifth rerun is this patch. Like, the reason they rerun Raiden is because she makes money. Like, it doesn't make sense that she makes money, but she makes money. I feel like internally, Hoyoverse is probably just like, we didn't even try to market this character this hard. And everyone agrees that we flopped in the story of this character. Why does everyone pull for this character? But, like, they're not complaining, right? I don't know. It maybe with, like, the effect of power creep, maybe taking more of a hold in the community. Maybe the Raiden 5th rerun banner will have underwhelming sales. But, like, I'll be honest, having gotten Clorinde on her rerun banner, Clorinde also has boobs. And I think her gameplay is a lot better, and she has a more compelling kit than Raiden. So, like, the saddest thing about Raiden is, as much as I enjoy Hybrid Raiden, Clorinde has replaced Hybrid Raiden for me, quite frankly. But her boobs are covered? Yeah, okay.
The assumption that every person has somewhere to call home is naive.
Anyways, like, I understand personal preferences for Raiden, whatever. It's just, the question is, why does Raiden have so much staying power? Why does Raiden have so much staying power? It's not like they're going out of their way to market Raiden constantly. Are they? Or have I just missed that? Are they marketing Raiden every single time Raiden has a rerun? I don't know. Anyways, May XPi power? I don't think it's May XPi power. How many people actually play Honkai that they care that that's the driving sales of Raiden is Honkai players for C0 Raiden? I don't think it is. But anyways, let's look at, like, Raiden's first banner first of all, which had stupid numbers, but the player base was meaningfully larger back then. So, you know, that's obviously a humongous number. What was Raiden's first rerun banner? Reign of Serenity 2, 250k, right? So, like, half, which is pretty much expected. That's from what I have seen from data, that's a general trend. Is that it tends to be like, yep, a popular character will, generally speaking, get, like, halfsies. Let's see Raiden's third rerun banner. Still 200k. Like, she's had the most significant drop off, to be clear, with the Kenichi banner. This is definitely the most significant drop off she's had.
The assumption that every person has somewhere to call home is
so
naive.
I don't know. Anyways, that's Shenhe. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's check Shenhe's first banner. Shenhe's first banner might be surprisingly okay. Yeah. Oh, also. People, I understand. I wish I had pulled for Shenhe on the first banner rather than pulling for Shao. This is the patch I started playing, by the way. Shenhe rerun. Still 100k. That's actually incredibly higher than I would have thought.
My polearm doesn't distinguish friend from foe. And there's clearly a limit to the red rope's
what was Chronicle
power.
Banner?
That's why I loathe crowded areas.
74,000. I bet Shenhe was most of them. Yep, Shenhe was most of them. C0 Shenhe. Yeah. 17,000. So 17,000 of these 74,000 were Shenhe. Actually, relatively evenly distributed, but... Actually, wait, no it isn't. Never mind. I was looking at 4 stars. I thought these other 5 stars. No, Shenhe is like a lot higher. Who's the second most popular one? Oh yeah, Shenhe's got... Yeah, Shenhe was pulled for a lot more than the other 5 stars. Baiju was pulled less than Chao. Lol. Alright, rip Baiju. Anyways, what was the first Chronicle Banner?
Every person has somewhere to call home is naive.
Sad.
I got used to living in the mountains alongside the birds and beasts.
First, a second Wizard. Yeah, that's actually very funny. Wizard pulled less than Shenhe. Anyways, so like, hey, there you go. There's 17,000 people that arguably potentially were screwed over in some level or another. Probably not all of them, because some people got lucky, whatever, right? But like, anyways. Point being, it'll be interesting to see what Raiden gets. But like, Raiden gets surprisingly high numbers, and let's like we compare like Arlecchino's first numbers, for example. So this is the first Arlecchino banner, 260,000. You know, so again, like Arlecchino dropped to less than half on her rerun, right? Which again has to do with like different player-based drops and not just like how much people want the character. So I don't know. Zhongli, yeah, but yeah, it does. By the way, yeah, it does seem to be a default that they just aren't going to put any Archons in the Chronicle Banner, because wait, does this not have the? Oh, they didn't collect any data for the first Zhongli banner, I guess. No, this was the first Zhongli banner, right? Why does it say Gentry of Hemorrhages 2? Normally that means. Oh no, okay. This is just when they started collecting data. Okay, so yeah, they don't have data for before then. Yeah, so Zhongli banner first rerun was 100k. What's Zhongli's most recent banner? I don't need to look at all of them. That was with this. No, shoot, where was it? Where? There we go. 46k. Like even Zhongli, yeah, has very good staying power. What was Nahida at actually? 70k. Yeah, like. Ultimately, the lesson here is probably less than Raiden specifically, maybe, and more that Polearms. No, more that Archons in general have staying power because of their presentation in the story, right? So, because Nahida numbers arguably probably shouldn't be that high either in the current state of the game, but I can understand why people would pull for her still. So I don't know. People are not obviously making decisions entirely on pulling characters on their combat relevance and yada yada. And that's why, I don't know, it's going to be very interesting to me to see what Skirk data looks like, particularly what Escoffier data looks like after people who upload the Skirk data update the numbers. Because Escoffier has not, you know, anywhere near Archon level presence in the story. But, you know, Skirk seems hyped up enough that it's going to be interesting to see the relative difference there. I don't know. Anyways. So yeah, I don't know why people are so obsessed about Archons. And like collecting all the Archons. I think a lot of people do that, yeah. But it's not something I've particularly ever cared about. So yeah, the Archons sell. And therefore they're not on Chronicle Banner. But realistically, is it possible to ever be on Chronicle Banner? I think it is. I mean, there is a possibility, but if they're going to continue to sell, they're not going to put them on Chronicle Banner, is my overall vibe. And again, if they're going to if they're going to make Chronicle Banner be, here's the lower value units, just make them cost cheaper. If they're lower value, lower the cost. Did I already claim my dailies? Archon should be buffed. Yeah, I don't disagree. With how they've been going with power creep, I would argue they should change a number of character kits. But, yeah. Anyways.
Thank you.
No Moika buffs. Yeah, no. Moika should be nerfed. Right, for real. Just like... What do they have to do? Just axe her burst multipliers by like 20%. It's probably fine. Realistically. I think that would be actually healthy for the game. Nosegay. What are you? I'm gonna check in what this is. I recognize some of the hiragana, but English. Wata da iwame. The what? Wata de iwame. What? Did you call me an insult in Japanese? That's what this feels like. I don't know. Anyways, what's it doing? You know, we're gonna go spend the best domain on Polearms Only. The hiragana doesn't mean anything without kanji. Oh yeah, that's true. Yes, I'm willing. I'm not putting too much thought into that translation. Could have other reasons that is the way it is. Anyways, do you think Hoya would have to give something to the players that pulled from Uika if they needed her? I mean, I don't think they should actually nerf Uika. I'm just saying it would be actually healthy for the game balance. You meant something different? Ah, I see. Do you actually, were you trying to use Japanese legitimately? Do you know some Japanese, or were you, or were you just being silly with translation yourself, and then I was translating a translation? Wow. Energy. No. Well. You don't. Okay. Never too late to learn Japanese. I need to do the stream with the Escoffier. The Escoffier story still. I think my intention is to do a stream. It'd be like, it'll be titled something like, can I understand this story without knowing the language? And I'll play through the Escoffier story and see how much of the vibe of the story I get. Just without knowing any of the language, not knowing any. I know some Japanese, but like we're talking like I understand what specific words mean kind of thing, right? I'm not gonna properly understand anything to its full context, but you know, the human brain can capture context clues. I have the familiarity with how Genshin stories tend to be presented that just on like vibes alone, I can probably get a general handle on what the story is my guess. So, you know. Yeah. Scofia's story is kind of fun in English. That's good. I mean, so benefit of having multiple accounts. Can I? Please. Okay. Benefit of having multiple accounts is I can still play the story if I want to on one of the other accounts. So, you know, not too... Ooh, second 50 crit value artifact. I haven't gotten a 50 crit value artifact in like 2 years, which is not a surprising statement, by the way. You can expect... The fact that I've actually gotten 250 crit value artifacts across 3 accounts is absurd. It's actually unlikely to have that happen. So, quite unlikely. So, anyways, but, you know, it would be funny. Where is it? I don't know why I opened this screen. Could have opened the other inventory screen. Never mind. Rip the dream. Versa healing circlet. You're not dead? Okay. It's not heated next in the Archon lineup. I mean, they can flip up the rerun order, however the dang well they feel. They feel, presumably Moika is the next rerun though for an Archon after Raiden, is the expectation, and then Sitlali after that, the true Archon of Natlan.
Obey.
18% energy recharge instructor piece. Wow, that's the true 50 CV piece. Actually, no. I think the equivalent for 50 CV for instructors pieces is like having crit rate and 20% ER. Because you can often sometimes in crit you need some like Favs crit rate substats, right? Want to do like instructors Rosaria. So like instructors Rosaria, the ideal would be like 20% ER substats. So I don't know. If it's just 18% ER on its own, not as impressive, right? But it's still, I mean, it's still good. Like it's not easy to get 18% ER on instructor pieces. I should level some instructor pieces, honestly. It's been a while since I tried. Anyways, but yeah, no. Anyway, I understand the joke. The joke is that yeah, the 18% energy recharge substat instructor pieces are more valuable than a 50 CV piece, and honestly, kind of true. They're also harder to specifically farm for. Yeah, Sitlali is probably in 5.8. I hate Sitlali. Are you trying to get banned? Wow. Cryo jail. I mean, I think it would be funny if the cryo jail was real, but cryo jail is a meme. If you actually think cryo jail is real, cryo jail is a meme because of the fact that MiHoYo made meh cryo characters for a long time. They have decided that they were fine with releasing stronger cryo characters now. So, you know. I don't think they're going to... Like, I wouldn't have been surprised by a Sitlali rerun before Moika. I will be surprised if Sitlali does not rerun the patch after Moika. At least. It's possible. It's very possible. You know, the whims of what the frickin' MiHoYo chooses to rerun is beyond me. But they definitely... They've let, like, people have Moika for a while that... You know, the people that didn't get Sitlali originally... You know, like, their gambit with Sitlali rerun is they want to try to, like, have a Sitlali rerun in conjunction with a new character release that people pull for, so that people don't have enough pulls to get Sitlali without spending money. That's my assumption, is when they're going to try to time Sitlali rerun. So if they wait until version 6.0 to do a Sitlali rerun, it's probably because they're going to rerun Sitlali with, like, Varka, and force people to choose between Varka or Sitlali or spending money, right? That's the only potential reason. I think Sitlali rerun may take a lot longer to have, because they know that people... There's a non-zero amount of people that pulled Moika. Here. Go back to Paimon Moe. There is very clearly a very... No, that's the wrong one. A very non-zero... This is not... The difference between this number and this number is not 0. And the difference in playing this character without this character is not 0 as well. It's very not 0, in fact. So, it was something between the gap of this number and this number. We're talking the relative gap, not the total numbers. There's probably people that will want to get Sitlali on a rerun for, at minimum, Moika. Let alone the other potential utilities Sitlali has. I think Sitlali has become a stronger character because of Escoffier releasing, right? So, point being, I think they're going to strategically do Sitlali rerun to try to make money off of the people waiting for her rerun that want her for Moika at minimum, right? And that means rerunning her near Muika, but probably, and or maybe saving her to rerunning with a popular new 5-star in order to try to force people to spend money. That's my guess. So, anyways. Is there anything else to yap about Polearms Only? Or should we just go grind for an hour or so before I have to be done? There's no events to do, right? I finished this. How long do I have for this event? I still have to do it a week. Okay, I have to do this event on my main account still. Okay. So let's go do. There's so many things in this tab that don't mean anything to me. Anyways, okay. So the event is done on this account. I think the priority is actually going to be, well, frick. I can't even get the quest FOMO gems because I haven't completed it. I could have nerfed Muika by making her energy hungry. Indeed they could. Instead they made her energy hungry with Natlan characters. Okay, you know what? Here. While I mull things over and watch the chat, let's do an Abyss run. Can't yap about combat in Polearms Only without doing an Abyss run. We'll just do something simple though. This Abyss is very boring on Polearms Only, I will say. Like, it just doesn't have much going on for it, realistically. But, anyways. Blap, 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 blap. Trying to think if there's anything else I didn't yap about. I mean, you know, actually, disconnected yap related to Polearms Only.
Your journey ends here.
You know, as far as the my YouTube channel goes, right, and Polearms Only being what started it, I'm gonna still use Polearms Only for live stream content because it's enjoyable. I enjoy playing on it. Still think it's fun. Obviously, it's not really that much of a challenge anymore, which is fine. It has progressed to a point where that is not the point of doing it. But as far as my channel goes in general, you know, and how it relates to, I don't know, like, when I first started the channel and Polearms Only took off, like, I got kind of burned out for like a period pretty quickly, and like I only did live stream content for a while, like 2 or 3 months. And I actually think that really hurt my channel even to this day. I think I could be in a much better spot today if you die, please. If I hadn't done that. But I don't know. Like, obviously Polearms Only is not a growth driver for my channel now. And now I just try to do weird, stupid ideas. And I don't know. I gotta try making more account fixing videos again and see if that still makes sense. But I tend to have too many ideas and not enough time to do those ideas, and then random lulls and ebbs and flows in my motivation to actually make content that causes problems too. So, anyways.
There is no escape. Hands where I can see 'em. Don't get too close. I got you covered. Nice and spicy. Now you shall perish.
Raiden on the right build? I think she is. I can't remember for sure though.
Illusion shattered.
Yeah, she has engulf. I'm pretty sure it's correct. Okay.
You asked for it. Fire it up. Here's back.
Could have done that better. I was actually looking at chat when I was doing things.
On to oblivion. There is no escape. Justice will prevail. Don't get too
Arc as a superconduct support? I hope so too. That'd be great.
nice and spicy. Time down. Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered. Check this out. Get them.
Well, surely Varka won't be a twink. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. Something about his voice that we heard, it sounded kind of twink. Like, did it not?
Off to the freezer. Lights out. Cryo incarnate.
Like, maybe it's stereotypical of me that I was expecting some, like, gruff, older dude. You know, speaking like in a war-torn general, right? But, like, I don't know. There was some kind of expectation in my mind. I hadn't, like, actively thought about it, but I had some kind of an expectation in my mind, and it's the characterization they're going with is not what I expected in my head. And yeah, he did kind of sound like Hugo. So I don't know. I am not expecting a buff boy from Varka. that's what I'll say. Really? Here we go.
Cryo incarnate. Off to the freezer. We shall. You can't run. Shiver. Manifest. You.
Could have played this better. On the loose. What, lighter body type? Buffish? Yeah, that could be. Yeah, certainly not the EVA treatment, right? I don't know. I'm sure it'll be better than... Say EVA? Certainly better than the Ito treatment. I mean, EVA's model actually seems a little bit better than someone like Ito. So, I don't know. If their intention is for him to be a more buff dude, I suspect they'll do it better than they did someone like Ito. Because they've been doing better with models in general, right? So, anyways. Hello. Let's see how this does. Do I run verse here? I wonder. I think I do. Please. Jump. Yes. It would be really funny if they made Varka, like, I feel like it's a smart play for them to release Varka at the start of 6.0. But I also kind of feel like it would be funny if they just, like, save Varka to be, like, a hyped up unit. Like, maybe Varka's intended to be the Archon of 6.0, because they're not doing, like, a normal region, right? So who's the unit they're trying to sell the most, right? Who is the unit they're trying to sell the most? Is it... I mean, yeah, maybe it's Dane's Life. I don't know. It could be. It would make sense if they're finally releasing Dane's Life as the, you know, the Archon unit they're trying to sell. Archon-esque, not like literal Archon in lore. Or find a random girdle, probably. Varka, but gender bent. There you go. That's the plot of Node Cry. Varka steps on a trap. It turns him into a hot lady. That's what you wanted, right? What if it's a buff hot lady, though? You can have buff Varka, but he has to be a woman.
World be saved.
Oh boy, that would be. Oh god, can you imagine how mad people would be? How few 5-star men they've released, and then they turn someone into a playable woman that used to be a man. That would be so funny. Anyways. Don't give them ideas. I mean, look, I think it's already set in stone whatever they're going to do. I don't think anyone can change it at this point. Yeah, it could be one of the witches. I don't know. Anyways, but if Varka is one of the ones they want to sell, it wouldn't surprise me if we have to wait, like, you know, months to get his kit. Burst. Oh, you behold. Okay, it's fine. If I play this properly, I can definitely prevent him from getting a shield, but...
Do your master's bidding. Fierce on the loose. A little of this, we shall prevail.
There it goes. They have to strap me down to a table to keep you away from Varka. Okay, but male Varka or woman Varka? Like, how mad would you be, Bunny? How mad would you be if Varka was turned into a lady? Or is that just an upside to you? What if he... Wait. What if this is a character who has a stance change between a male or female form? Between a man and a woman. He's a stance change that changes gender. Perfect. Male form would be mid, probably, yeah. Oh, that was early. Might have to redo. Yeah. Okay. Well, eh. Oh, almost died. We can brute force. I don't care. Oh, not if we die. Ugh. Some girls like women. This is true. And some guys like guys. I don't know. I don't know if girls liking girls or guys liking guys changes the conversation about whether or not they should release more men. I think they should release more men. And it would just be funny if they didn't. Don't pull that one on us. What do you mean pull that one? What am I pulling? I'm just saying I don't think the gender of the audience matters that much. I mean, it matters, like, on a statistical level. I don't think it matters that much on a... Should they release more male or female characters, right? 'Cause we're talking should. Like, should they have a better balance of this? Not, are they going to? Are they going to is a matter of statistics, potentially. Should they is a different question, right? Or to design a new character, what type of kit would you give them? I'll be honest, I have no way of answering that. There was a live stream I did with the... What's the podcast called? The Sucrose Stands podcast, where I had a bunch of ideas of character kits I would have liked to see. I no longer have those notes written down. It's probably not a video I'm going to make. Quite frankly, there were ideas that I don't think will exist because the direction they have gone in the character kits makes some of those ideas really hard to do now without, like, underlying changes to the framework of the game. But I'd like to see them do more with kits that actually incentivize reactions in unique ways. I'd like to see them do kits that change how reactions function, I would say. So I don't have any really specific ideas, just like fundamental ideas. But yeah, I don't know. If you look up the Sucrose Stands podcast, there was one from a couple weeks ago that I was part of where I joined a couple people with and had a yap, big ol' yap session on different ideas on how to make different character kits work. So yeah, or different new ideas for character kits that are not just power creep. Yeah, number of... What is the ratio of males and females in the game? In general. Like, obviously some of the 4-star males, because, like, the main thing about the male characters that people are complaining about is not necessarily the total number of male characters. I mean, to be clear, it's still definitely skewed towards female. But the fact that it's, like, all been 4 stars, right? 4 stars and 1 boy. So that's, I think, the sentiment there is people don't like 4 stars enough. I think if you really want men, you should just embrace the 4 stars. I don't know. I like Auroron's and Setho's kit. Like, I like these 2 boys' kits. Setho's more boy. I mean, they're all boys. I think, I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Point being, I think people don't appreciate 4 stars enough in Genshin. And the general player base is way too focused on 5 stars. This is the reason they don't change the 4-star acquisition system, by the way, because it doesn't change how they make money at all. And not enough of the casual player base cares about 4-star acquisition, because they way over prioritize 5 stars. Anyways, yeah, EVA is the only actual man. Yes. A little bit of a missed opportunity for him not being a 5-star. I agree. Also, I'm just looking at his pants, by the way. What is happening with these pants? What is this? Like, I like the boots. I like his whole outfit. His whole fit is good. But like, what is this? Like, he's wearing jeans, yeah, and then like something that harnesses around them. Like, I know his motif is skeleton, but what's happening here? Anyways, other than that, I don't know. I really like his design. Anyways, what was it saying? Oh yeah. Number of males, females. Okay. So I think with Dahlia and Skirk, we're at 101 characters. So I'm just gonna count the number of male characters, and we can add 1 to that, and then we'll get the percentage. Basically. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me know if I'm forgetting. 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, is he a male? He's a construct. He's technically genderless, no? Or does he have? Does he? I don't, well, you know what? No, he expresses. He is presented as male. He's a boy. Okay. He's male coded, yeah. Anyways, we do not need. It doesn't matter if he has the parts. That is not important here. Anyways, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 24, almost skipped him. 25, 26, 27, 28. Wow, look at that. 4 men in a row. Well, 4 boys. Oh, crap. What was the count? 28? I think it was 28. 29? 30? 31? 32? 33? 34 with Dahlia. So, approximately a third. Approximately a third of the characters are... not ladies. I don't know why I hesitated so long on that. My brain doesn't function. So I don't know. It's not like a horrifyingly imbalanced, I guess. But 5 stars, just 5 stars alone. Okay. How many 5 stars are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's actually, you know, someone look up the number of 5 stars. I'm just gonna count the male 5 stars. Well, someone gives me that in chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 male 5 stars. So, anyways, have any non-Polearm limited 5 star? We do not speak of this. I spoke of it earlier. We do not speak of it any further.
Adventure team.
It's 49 5 stars in general. Okay, yeah. So, wait. 50, yeah. So for 5 stars, there's slightly less than 1/3. So it's slightly more balanced with 4 stars, slightly less balanced with 5 stars. Yeah. Anyways, obviously, I mean, it's been known for a while. It's skewed towards women, but I don't know. Anyways, yeah, they should release more, more 5-star males. Why? And they actually, okay, How many of these are men? This is just a silly joke thing, to be clear. How many of these are men versus boys, right? This is an arbitrary vibes thing. You could, if you choose to believe that Chongyun is more man than boy, that's you have your right to choose that, right? But I'm gonna just by my vibes go on the men count. 1, 2, I mean, arguable. 3. No. Oh wait, Kaya. I forgot Kaya. Yeah, sorry. I'll count Kaya. So 4 with Kaya. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. No. No. Yeah, you know what? 5, 6, 7. Toma gets a doll. He looks like a university student. Yeah. I will compromise on both of these and count these as like 0.5 each. So 8. 8 total with both of these boys. I mean, you should look like a man, I feel like, but you don't. So I'm not counting you. Nah. 9. Obviously 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. Oron could have been, but like he's characterized too much as like a naive boy, right? He's characterized too childish, too grandson, yeah. So I don't think he counts. But anyways, he got the height, but he doesn't have the else. But anyways. So, anyways, I like Oron, to be clear. I think he's one of the more fun and better characterized characters in the game. So anyways, there you go. The number of actual men in Genshin, 15-ish. Depending on your definitions of man. Kave's a girl? Okay, 14. That's true. My bad. I apologize. Okay, I have like an hour to grind. Wow, this has been a productive stream. I mean, it was meant to be a yap stream, but I also thought I was going to get like a couple hours of grinding in. And I didn't decide what I wanted to grind, so that's good too. Let's just go run around the freaking volcano. Because, yeah. That's why. Natlan. Wait. Actually, okay, wait. Let's... Collective of Plenty, Flower Feather Clan. Okay, I think... Maybe I'll run around there instead. Well, no, I don't have any of the rings for the volcano area either, right? The volcano area is relevant for the... whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I can get elixirs, whatever, from here. Like, obviously I can get meaningful amount of resources from here. But how do I have 80% from here and only 1 ring? What in the world? That's crazy. Only get 1 ring from 80% exploration. I think I already have the rings from here. So like there's 30% more exploration, but I have the rings. So anyways. Bring Bongo Cat, yeah. Duplicate. Wow. Also we can trade. Duplicate Lampshade. Alright, cool. How exciting. Okay, so let's just go unlock some waypoints. Wait, these are... I have to do the start of the quest for this, don't I? We can maybe do the start of the quest, I guess. That might make sense. Let's just go run around a little bit first. In the volcano general area doing whatever. The event proved it's good for Teyvat that there are more women in important positions. Wait, are you arguing that there's a lore reason why Genshin has more more women than male? Like is that what you're arguing, or is is it just you're arguing that like good for women in power in general on a story level? I'm just wondering how much in the context of the conversation of how many men should exist, because women in power in general, yes, duh, that should happen more often. Or or is that the theory, or is the theory that Teyvat is a more matriarchal society on like a lore level? Like the world building is just that there's supposed to be a more matriarchal society and that's why there's more women that are playable? Right. I don't know. In reality though, yes, I agree. Absolutely. I would say it tends to be one of the reasons there may be societal flaws. It can oftentimes be traced to too many men. So, you know what? MiHoYo's overcompensating. MiHoYo recognizes they're just so good, right? They're such a net benefit to the world. They recognize the flaws of reality where too many men cause too many problems. So they put the woman in video games. Yeah, clearly MiHoYo is a feminist propaganda company. Definitely. Sure. Yep, I'm down with this theory. Not really. It's a joke, but anywho's. I should switch to Eon's on. Why am I just walked like back and forth on the one road for a minute. Get your masculinity doesn't have any benefits because raw strength doesn't mean anything when you have vision. Yeah, I agree. That's fair. So yeah, the lore, the power of visions is that they're the great equalizer for characters, or whether or not people have power specifically, right? It's more, do you have a vision, and less what is your gender is the idea. So anyways, we should pick an Eons on team for exploration. So just this. Okay. I want to go over here. Reason being is I think there's a thing over here I have not done.
Stay out of my way.
A lot of people in CN community literally get pissed when male characters get attention. I believe Hoyo is definitely biased in the CN community. But are they really? What? Like Oron and EVA has screen time in the event and people got pissed? Is that what you're talking about? Is that actually a thing for real? What is wrong? Whatever. Okay. No, sorry. I shouldn't say that. That was gonna make a xenophobic statement by accident, but that's just sorry human behavior. I was gonna say what is wrong with them, but that's like a stupid overgeneralization, obviously. It's potentially representative of larger cultural trends, to be clear, but you know. So what you're saying is we blame... Why is your hat so big, bro? But what you're saying is we blame China, clearly. Engage United States mentality. China is the root of all problems, clearly. Definitely, yep. There's no other reason that these problems exist. Oh yeah, we need to find the things. Have I found any of them already? I didn't listen to any of that dialogue. Okay, I found one, I think. Hello, sir. Go. There you go. Nilu getting a skin over Wander, a good thing in the perspective of CN man. What? Really? They complained. Wait, what? I'm confused. So, like, Nilu got a skin that are just like, yes, Nilu deserved a skin more because woman. Really? Why? Like, it's so weird to just say that. I don't know. I don't get it. Whatever. I'm not gonna try to get it. Doesn't make sense. Yes, yeah. China do indeed. China do indeed be so big it is silly to make meaningful generalizations. Oops. Let's just take Get him out of here. Best set for Farazan and Lanyan teams? So, I don't know. I'm just going to tell you what my preference has been now. My preference has been, of course, using Farina on Tenacity, Farazan on 4-piece scroll, because 12% enemy damage bonus, and I don't remember where all these were. Farazan on scroll for 12% damage bonus for Farazan and Lanyan, and then Bennett on Noblesse. You can definitely do different options that are better for Farazan's damage, though. Golden Troop is actually an option for her off-field damage. There is also potential for 4-piece VV, if you're not doing VV on Lanyan, at least, of course. And you can do Lanyan on VV. I used that for a while. I have found that I enjoy 2-piece combos more for Lanyan. Oh yeah, by the way, technically, as far as I can tell based on the calcs I did, Lanyan's best artifact set for DPS Lanyan is, you know, where are they? I forgot what they're called. This, Vermilion. But it has the same problem that 4-piece MH has for Lanyan in that, like, it takes stack buildup. And I went and checked, and like it's very slightly better than 2-piece combos with the same subset quality, right? So like I checked for my Lanyan with my really, really good 2-piece artifacts with the full 4 stacks up with character HP decreasing from Farina draining HP. And the reason for this is because it buffs her skill damage and it buffs her like her non-ammo damage meaningfully too, and it buffs her burst damage. So like we're talking in the neighborhood of like it should be like 4%, 5% maybe better at most than doing 2-piece combos. But that's if you have full stacks up. And the timing of Farina's summons hitting, I already know from like using 4-piece MH is like relatively inconsistent. So like Vermilion on DPS Lanyan is like so one thing I notably did, as soon as I go from like 4 stacks to only 1 stack, it's the same as 2-piece essentially, right? So that's to say, if like you have a good set of this, it can be compelling to choose this, because even with and you have to burst first, by the way. You have to do burst first, which normally it's ideal to burst first in Lanyan anyway, so it's fine. But it is kind of nice to have flexibility not to have to burst first actually. But anyways, with like no stacks built up, it's very similar. Point being, or only 1 stack built up. I mean, with only 1 stack built up, it's a 2-piece combo, right? It's a 2-piece attack percent, with only 1 stack. But as soon as you go to 4 stacks, then it's like a couple percentage points better. But I don't even think it's actually 5% better. I think it's in the neighborhood of like 3% better from my actual estimation is like 3% better. And the reason I was checking that is because, you know what, I was like, I'm dedicated enough to Lanyan that it's a consideration for me to potentially farm the literal best artifact set for her. But the 3% better is not better enough, particularly because like it would take me literally probably 50,000 resin to get equivalent artifact quality to the substats I have my 2-piece to actually get an upgrade, right? I guess absolutely not worth it unless you happen to have Vermilion already because you're insane and you've spent way too much resin in that domain for whatever reason. Who knows what kind of person does that? I've never heard of anyone who does that. And if you're not that person, don't. This is my point. Just use 2-piece 2-piece on Lanyan is really good. But for Farazan, your choice is like VV if you want to buff your Farina damage more. Which depending on your Farina investment, that might matter or it might not matter that much. Depends also on the enemy situation. You could do Golden Troop on Farazan, yada yada. Being that Farazan's like damage contribution does meaningfully help. Like the 2-piece Farazan could also be better because you do also like swap to Farazan and do charge attack damage, right? Like doing a 2-piece combo on Farazan when I have tested it can get Farazan's charge attacks to get in the neighborhood of like 40k damage instead of 25k damage. And that 40k charge attack from Farazan can be enough damage that maybe that extra charge attack damage from Farazon lets you reach breakpoints of killing enemies, you know, without having to like start a new rotation. Like it depends on if it reaches breakpoints in a particular enemy context. So I don't know. There's no universal answer. My preference has been going the direction of buffing Lanyan as much as possible, while just having good enough substats for Farazon to still do damage, right? So yeah. The main thing I might try to by the way, calc-wise, because the more invested Lanyan is, the more difference that Elegy of the End theoretically should make on Farazon versus Fav. And like I said before, how I definitely found I generally prefer Fav on Farazon. I do think I will maintain that. But when I get C6 Lanyan in particular, C6 Lanyan gives you an extra skill, which is also a little bit of extra energy particles. Not every rotation, but on demand in a way that, like, I think I might be able to consider using Elegy on Farazon when I get C6 Lanyan. And Elegy on Farazon, for Lanyan's damage, one, Elegy is an increase to Farazon's damage meaningfully. More than, like, the nuance of the artifact set is, generally speaking, I would say. But Elegy is also a quite significant improvement to Lanyan's damage in the neighborhood of, like, a 10% increase. So, which is quite significant. It's just the problem of the energy factor, right? Because not, like, Fav allowing you to have your burst up is more important, in my experience, for optimizing than being able to have, you know, a little bit more damage from my damage instances, because if my burst isn't available when I need my burst, that's bad, right? So, I don't know, right? Point being, I don't know why I'm over here. Oh, there's a chest. That's why I'm over here. I think I had to come over here anyways, right? But anyways. Farazon set for DPS Lanyan? I don't have a good answer for you. I really like Scroll, and I'm leaving her on Scroll. But you have other options. You have 2-piece, you have VV, you have whatever. They are all options. I prefer the direction that is making Lanyan do the most damage, while also still getting good damage on Farazon. I think the quality of your substats is going to matter more than anything. Yes, Millilith is an option. Again, Farazon can get good damage even on Tenacity of the Millilith. But yes, my Farina's on Tenacity, which I prefer. That I prefer and personally recommend. Alright. I think that might have been enough to finish that. So that was a long yap. Can you tell I've messed around with a bunch of different things on Lanyan? I've tested so many things with Lanyan. I actually, you know, I might do this today when I'm doing D&D. Oh yeah, by the way, if you didn't see my pinned comment on the Kave video, I didn't check the replies. I put a bunch of songs I like. Go check out the songs in the pinned comment from the Kave video. Boyfriend by Teenage Dads, Starry Eyed by Good Neighbors, and Leave Your Love by Parcels. Anyways, I'm gonna jot a note down. Lanyan, test Farina on Golden Troop. Good build versus Tenacity. The reason I want to test that is because I actually haven't tested Farina on Golden Troop versus Tenacity since I have moved Lanyan off of VV, right? Because with Lanyan on VV, Lanyan theoretically buffs Farina, but she doesn't always get a Hydro Swirl though, so it's kind of inconsistent. That's part of the reason I've switched to not VV, and I'm fine with not VV. Farazon on VV should be able to pretty consistently trigger a Hydro Swirl, but you might have to change the rotation order a little bit around it, so I don't know. VV makes rotations annoying. Is this done? Good. I'm gonna get a ring, right?
Something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Surely. Nope. Rip. I haven't got a single ring. I've actually like gone around and explored a little bit and gotten some of the chests. I am actually surprised I have not gotten a ringle dingle. Okay. That's fine. I'm trying to remember where the Ringle Dingles were. We should go get this Oculus. Where is it? All the way up there. Yeah, okay. Scroll for me, 248% CV pieces on support pieces. Yeah, that was part of the reason I did scroll as well. Like, despite the fact that, like, you know, I yoinking my good scroll pieces, my Auroron build is meaningfully worse because I took good Auroron artifacts to make Farazan stronger. I also technically made Moeka slightly worse, but it didn't really change my experience using Moeka at all. Because I'm using Ebot Moeka. So, like, I had to take some good scroll artifacts on other units for putting scroll on Farazan, but, like, yeah, I farmed enough of that domain that I just have good pieces in scroll for DPS pieces. And I think a lot of people might actually be in a similar state where you might not have that much of a need for good DPS substats on scroll, and you could put them on Farazan, right? You could put them on Farazan in a Wanderer team, right? It should be a good option for Wanderer. Like, it's not that much worse than Tenacity. And in fact, it can be potentially better than Tenacity as far as the damage buff goes. It's just, for Tenacity, you also get the shield buff, which might matter for Wanderer. But anyways. So let's go get these boxes in the water, and then get the waypoint underground. And I guess the bat. But yeah, anyways, didn't mean to do that. Oink. Okay, is this going to take me 5 miles away? We'll see. I could have completely lost my track of thought, by the way. But. I'm going to go try to get this. What? Oh, frick. I didn't even notice my stamina. Good job. I did well. But yeah, anyways, on this account, wait, this is a Polearm account. I don't really have good scroll pieces, so I don't know. Depends on how much you farm scroll, right, for Farazan. I think scroll is even more compelling, by the way, on Farazan for DPS EVA. I think I mentioned that in the DPS EVA video. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Right, EVA is a Natlan character, so scroll on Farazan means Farazan can get the energy refund, which should make a C6 Farazan's energy needs, like, really low. Like, generally speaking, I would say if you're using Elegy on Farazan, you run an ER timepiece. Even with a C6 Farazan, if you're doing double animo at least. But actually getting the scroll energy refund might change that a little bit. So, yeah, I don't know. Oops, I missed. Okay, good. Joe's actually gonna hit that. Yes, we could take advantage of the animal. I'm not a coward, though. I can use Eons on. Why did you target that? Oh, crap. Rude. Easy.
We deserve a reward for our hard work.
Yes, I wasn't saying an Alanion team. I was saying with DPS EVA. Did I not stipulate that? I said specifically the scroll refund in a EVA team. Farazan does not get the energy refund in a Alanion team. Yes, I still use scroll on her because 12% damage bonus, but energy needs are higher for Farazan in a Alanion team technically. Well, actually, not really. I don't know okay, it's not really necessarily that much higher now that I think about it, because how much particles does Lanyan generates? If you think I would know this, I'm pretty sure it's 3 particles. I don't double check, but I'm pretty sure Lanyan generates 3 particles per skill, And did I go get the waypoint? I did not. On and generating 3 particles per skill is, and doing sack frags means 6 anima particles. So does Farazan actually have higher ER needs in a Lanyan team than EVA on scroll? I don't know. I think you might get more energy from Lanyan just teams in general. Particularly because it's quick swap, so you can swap to Farazan more and actually do Farazan charge attacks. So never mind, no. I think Farazan's ER needs are lower in a Lanyan team than they are in EVA. Never mind. But it is a benefit. It's still a benefit that the 2B scroll actually works. That's my point. So, anywho's, 310 is too much. How do I get under here? I forgot. I have to go all the way over there. What? Oh, by the way, these characters like glomming, like snapping to walls when you like jump is really funny actually, because I've had instances, where, particularly on my main account, where I ran with Versatility because she leaps farther and, you know, it's easier to use her. Please. But have instances where I'll like jump off of an edge and then she just suddenly snaps and gets stuck on like some outcropping that's like hanging from the ceiling. So Versa feels kind of Spider-Man-y in the funniest way sometimes. And the same thing kind of happens with the Eonson, where you'll just leap into some surface and just glue stick to the wall, and it's quite funny. I don't need to fight this. Farming Emblem in the Big 25. I think you are behind in the stream. I haven't been farming Emblem for years. And by years, I mean 20 minutes. But yes, I was farming Emblem because I could use some improved Emblem pieces on the account right now. Actually, no. Let's go on the coastline, I think. Let's go walk along the coastline and then go from there. I think I did get the precious chest over here. I don't know. I'm not sure what chests I haven't gotten. As far as I'm aware, you can get all the Ringle Dingles from just the bottom area. And I don't need to specifically get all the Ringle Dingles right now. I'm just doing farming in general. But crafted an emblem pieces patch. Nice. Yeah. I think at least 3 of the Elixir. I think I crafted 3 different emblem pieces on this account with Elixirs. And I might continue to. I don't know why Raiden was yapping about trees. No, wrong direction. Wander set for Sethos, yeah. I should farm Wander set for Spork. It's so funny that like the Wander set is worse for Skirk at C0, which is then her signature set, which is like duh. I would hope it is, but not by that much. Like it's not that bad for her. It's like you shouldn't farm the Wanderer set for Skirk at C0. But, you know, if you already have it, it's actually a very compelling 4-piece option for her. It's about equivalent to 4-piece Gladiator, I believe. Which is funny, considering, you know, 2-piece anima bonus on a cryo character. But then C1 makes it essentially better, if not, like, essentially equivalent on a spreadsheet level than her own artifact set, because her C1 constant charge attack damage. But being that her C1 will likely provide a lot of front-loaded damage value, I would argue that the actual in-practice experience with the Wanderer set will be, it's stronger than her signature artifact set if you have C1. But anyways, I think it's very likely they change her C1 to count as normal attack damage instead of charge attack damage, because it's just weird. So we'll see. I don't know. like, there should be a beta update tomorrow. Is my point. Might stream tomorrow and yap about Skirk while doing some more grinding on this account. So, you know. I don't know why I felt like murdering them all. They were annoying me for existing. That's why most murder happens, I think. Honestly. Is that why most murder happens? Like, quite frankly, I equivocate war as murder, okay? You know, many wars, to be clear, are fought in self-defense of the aggressors. So, kills that happen in wars are not the same as, like, premeditated murder. I'm well aware. I'm not trying to say they aren't. But, like, really, just, like, that's what, like, most war is it not? It's just, like, these other people exist, and I don't like that they exist. Because insert reason here, whether it be wanting more power, wanting more resources, wanting more land, etc., etc., it does at the end of the day kind of come down to some level of, I want those other people, those other things not to exist. Anyways, manifesting Dahlia buffs, yes. I think Skirk needs only minor changes. I know that's a little bit of a hot take right now. I think Skirk only needs minor changes. Like, I think her C1 will change to count as normal attack damage, and I would like to see other personal minor changes to her kit, like allowing some flexibility with being swapped out, which she currently does not have, but I don't actually expect that will happen, right? But those are all minor changes. I don't want Skirk's, like, fundamental, like, damage output to change. I would like to see her Void Rift being able to be created with Melt, because, like, her Melt gameplay is already heavily punished by the fact that she loses most of her, like, multiplier, not most, but, like, a very large chunk of her multipliers are lost when you play her with Melt. In most Melt team contexts, there will be some weirdness you can do. And that kind of means that... Okay, I think I'm supposed to get out of the thing. Really? Okay, guess we swimming. That kind of means that... What was I saying? Oh yes. Change of the latency for Skirk. I don't know. Like, I think there's already enough of a punishment in the, like, you need to have Hydro Cryo units in the team doing... What? It didn't count as going through the thing. You need to have Hydro Cryo units in the team to have her full multiplier value, right? So that's already a punishment enough. Her Ascension 4 passive is a punishment enough. I think they should change her Ascension 1 passive to actually generate mirrors on Void Rift creation, because right now I think her Melt teams are worse than they should be. Like, she should be made to be slightly more versatile than she is. Hello, friend. I refuse to capture you. That's my overall vibe on Skirk right now. And so, but, like, her fundamental damage output, I don't think she needs to be buffed. I think her problem of having, you know, such a gulf between her Escoffier team performance and her non-Escoffier teams is a problem of a lack of compelling Hydro and Cryo units that aren't specifically Farina and Escoffier, right? Like, I really should have taken the bird, I think. Right, like, they have not done a good job releasing compelling Hydros and Cryos that are not 5 stars. That's the fundamental issue. And therefore, I think the main way to... Uh-oh. Ah, crap, I didn't realize there was a timer. No, I just missed... Oh my god, I have to redo this whole thing. No. I was too busy yapping. Oh. What was I saying? Oh, I think Skirk... Yes, I think Dahlia should be buffed. I think the biggest change that could help Skirk and help her team options and help there be less of a gap between her low investment and high investment team options with or without specific 5 stars is if Dahlia was made to be an attack buffer. And I also think this would indirectly fix some problems with other Escoffier team building things, where like you dare play Wriothesley with Escoffier, and Wriothesley's best Escoffier team is Yelan, Wriothesley, Escoffier, Farina, and he's doing 25% of the team damage. If Dahlia was an attack buffer, you can still get double Hydro, and that has its benefits for Farina, energy, and, you know, Hydro Resonance. But then, notably, being an attack buffer for the on-fielder means that the on-fielder is contributing more damage, right? For the team relative damage contribution. So, will it be better than Yelan? Probably not. I don't think Dahlia needs to be better than Yelan for Skirk or for Wanderer Escoffier teams. But the point is, it would help bridge that gap of like what the teams are like with a bunch of 4 stars without the specific 5 stars, right? Like they've done a terrible job. Like they're making this character that has to be played with hydros and cryos, but MiHoYo has f***ed up releasing not good enough hydro and cryo units that aren't 5 stars. So why the f*** are they releasing a 4-star unit that is specifically obviously meant for Skirk that is also an underwhelming 4-star? Right? Like, why? My understanding is Dahlia at C6 is an upgrade for Wanderer over Lanyan. And Lanyan was apparently an upgrade for Wanderer. Like, Lanyan on 4-piece scroll at C0 with TDDS was better than Zhongli for Wanderer, apparently. And this is information that I got from someone who is a dedicated Wanderer player. And Dahlia is a side grade, because of his attack speed and how Wanderer can work with attack speed, is a side grade to a C0 Lanyan. But a C6 Dahlia is an upgrade over C6 Lanyan by, like, if I recall, it was like 8%, which is pretty meaningful, actually. So, I don't know. If you're an extremely dedicated Wanderer main, do you potentially go for Dahlia? So you can do Bennett, Farazan, Dahlia. Maybe, yeah. Maybe. I don't know. If you're, I'm saying extremely dedicated for a reason. But, anyways, yeah, like, Dahlia feels like he's balanced as if he's a Catalyst unit or a Natlan unit or both. That's what he kind of feels like. Dahlia is balanced as if he was a Natlan Catalyst unit. and if Dahlia was a Natlan Catalyst unit, if he was giving a TTDS buff and, you know, a Natlan buff, holy, Dahlia would be one of the best additions to the game and would, like, do exactly what I'm saying, where he would, like, yeah. Like, he would uplift Skirk's lower investment teams substantially. He would uplift and fix other 4-star focus teams. Or sorry, not 4-star focus teams, but lower investment teams in general, but also just uplifting, like, other Escoffier teams, like Wriothesley, make it feel like more Wriothesley damage, yada yada. Yeah, he could be kind of a Sitlali side grade, basically. Yeah, if he was a Natlan unit that could hold TTDS, he could be a Sitlali side grade in these teams. Arguably an upgrade, because a Hydra unit is going to be easier to trigger scroll buff, generally speaking, than a Cryo unit. Like, that's one problem with Sitlali's. It's not necessarily hard to trigger Sitlali's scroll buff in teams, but it's hard to trigger the Sitlali's scroll buff and to get TTDS past the on-fielder, right? It's hard to do both. It's a little tricksy. So, anyways, like, yeah, they could have made him 4-star Mualani. Exactly. Instead, we have to use Mualani, right? Like, why is Dahlia not better than Mualani for Skirk? Like, I feel like that's wrong. Like, I think it's, I don't think it's a bad thing that Mualani has supportive utility, but I think it's wrong that Mualani is so much better than the niche Hydro 4-star that they presumably are only making for Skirk. But he only really exists to enable Calamity of Eshu. Like, that's the actual buff and how he seems to be balanced. He seems to be balanced around only being a low investment free-to-play character for Skirk that isn't entirely cope but isn't incredible, and is only really relevant for Skirk because of Calamity of Eshu existing. Otherwise he'd be, like, almost literally irrelevant, because the attack speed that he provides is not good enough. It's not nothing. It's something, but not good enough. I don't know. Anyways, point being, Dolly is not in a great spot, and I think the number one thing they could do to help Skirk and address the problem, it's not going to fundamentally fix anything crazily, but it would help a lot, is if they make Dolly an attack buffer. That's all they have to do. Just make him a Hydro half of Bennett. Give him a 600 attack buff to the on-fielder, and what that would do is it would not make him better than Mualani. Like, a 600 attack buff would not make him better than Mualani for Skirk, right? So, which is important because this means it wouldn't power creep, right? It wouldn't make Skirk's best teams even stronger, but it would make Skirk's worst teams meaningfully better, essentially. And then it would also help other Escoffier teams for team options. We just got Eons on, so what's your point? What's the problem? If they, like, in my opinion, the fact that we got Eons on should be reasons for them to release more attack buffers. Because they've cracked open the can of worms already. If they were so scared of releasing multiple attack buffers, okay. I understood for a while why they weren't releasing Bennett 2. Because 2 Bennetts in the same team, and we've seen Bennett 1 and Bennett 2 are compelling units in the same team together, right? It's one of the compelling aspects to Eons on, and like why it's nice to have it as an option, because even if you don't need 2 Bennetts, you can do 2 Bennetts in the same team. But 3 Bennetts on the same team is kind of not anywhere near as relevant, because 3 Bennetts on the same team would be sacrificing too much of like other buffs that you could have access to, right? Because you're sacrificing like a Reg Shred buff you could have, for example, and that's not going to be worthwhile. So the fact that there's already 2 Bennetts in the game means there's not much reason not to have more attack buffers. And again, Dahlia being like a 600 attack buff, like a 600 attack buff is not that much on its own. Like, to be like, I know it might seem like a lot because Eons on can buff 690 attack, so it seems crazy that like Dahlia should be able to buff 600 attack, right? But Dahlia is not a Natlan unit. He's not a scroll holder, right? And like, we have TTDS in the game. Do you know, here, what's your guess, chat, without, before me giving you a number, what's your guess, chat, for how much TTDS buffs Skirk? We'll do Skirk on Calamity of Eshu. So that is 565 base attack weapon plus I believe she has, oh, I'll double check this. I believe she has 350 base attack. I clicked on the wrong thing. There's the spork. She had 359. Right. So 924 base attack. TTDS buff is 48%. So if Dahlia buffs 600 attack, right?
Come on, one more set.
Like, how does that compare? How much more of a buff is 600 attack from Dahlia compared to if he was a catalyst user and could hold TTDS, right? Because that's like the minimum baseline to compare it to, and it's like, it's part of why Mualani is compelling. I haven't even seen it. Oh, someone said 500. You're fairly accurate. It's 443 with that's with a lower base attack. Well, not lower base attack, a 4-star weapon, Calamity of Eshu, right? So like, if Dahlia was a catalyst, he would buff attack by 450. And that'd be really good. So like, that's the minimum, in my opinion, they should put in this kit, is make him buff attack by 450. But I think they should go a little bit further and make him buff a little bit more. Like, it's not going to break the balance of the game to release a 3rd Bennett. All it does is like give more team options at lower investment levels for Escoffier teams and for Skirk teams without Escoffier. Like, I don't know. Like, and the Escoffier teams have a problem with the lack of attack buffers because they haven't released enough compelling Hydro and Cryo units. I don't know. Anyways, let's do this stupid challenge. I'm gonna focus this time. I think they need to. I think the main thing they could do to fix Skirk's, the main problem. Why'd I do that? The main problem with Skirk's kit is actually a problem with Dahlia, is my opinion. Did I get that one? Or did I get that? All they need to do is make Dahlia a bit better than he is. Doesn't have to be incredibly better. Like a 600 attack buff with no scroll access or whatever is not going to make Dahlia replace Eons on in a bunch of teams. Yeah, you can. Yeah, and if they want, they can make it hyper conditional, right? They can make his attack buff hyper conditional based on triggering freeze. Like Dahlia must have the team must have X, must have 4 Hydro Cryos. If they want to do that, it's fine. If Dahlia is literally just an attack buffer only for Escoffier teams, that would be fine, right? They've already released more attack buffers in the game. I don't know. There's just so little reason for them not to release even more. I don't know. Other than they want to force you to pull 5 stars, to be clear. Like, if nothing changes with Dahlia, that's MiHoYo telling you, screw off, stop complaining, pull the 5-star unit, spend money if you have to, get wrecked. Like, that's what they're saying. Because they're not stupid. They know they could give Dahlia an attack buff. Oh, God dang it. Oh, I didn't expect that. Almost dead. Miss the things by accident. Okay. No. Why am I? Did I? What? Did I? Okay, I thought I. No, there is one. Okay, got it. Lord. That's not even a precious chest? Oh my god. Whatever. It's fine. It's more than a precious chest pretty much anyway, so it's fine. But I wanted the Ringle Dingles. Is the whole point of this, was it just the... I'm gonna double check over there. Was the whole point of that just this one ring around the rosy? Or has Sword not released a decent monster character since 1.0? Yeah, maybe. They're like, ah, crap. We're supposed to have the overpowered characters because he... Is that what this is? This is overcorrection of them wanting to make sure the China characters, the Liyue bias. The China characters have to be the stronger characters, but they accidentally made the non-China characters all the overpowered characters. Well, no, Xiangling exists. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely more strong Monset characters that released in 1.0 than the Xiangling and Xingqiu, though. Like, I don't know. It's still pretty balanced. It's not like it's fundamentally different. Anyways, I don't know. I don't get what they're doing with 4 stars, where they'll go release characters like Oron, Eon San, and then LOL, let's have Dahlia, and create this absurd problem with Skirk and the gulf between her high investment and low investment teams. Xingqiu fell off. I don't disagree. That's part of the problem with the scope. Yeah. Is they've power created to a level that they've made other 4 stars worse even than they used to be. Xingqiu is still one of the more compelling options for low investment Skirk teams, obviously. But, yeah. Imagine we could do, I don't know, Dahlia, Xingqiu, Rosaria, Skirk, something for a low investment team. With Dahlia being an attack buffer, Rosaria can snapshot the buff, give a crit rate buff to Skirk. Right? So, yeah. Anyways. Bennett does not have Mondstadt blood. Yeah, at this point he clearly has Natlan blood. Okay, let's go here. What time is it, by the way? 5:25? I got 30 minutes. Alright. How have I done? Yeah, we've gotten 120 Pimo gems. That's something. We're halfway to a temple. Kind of. I also might have enough to turn in level in the thing. I don't know what I'm at. Okay, I don't know what there is to do here. I know they kick you out if you go in there. Don't know if it's quest related, but I haven't done anything there yet.
Keep pushing.
I'm gonna go to this area down here. Genuinely think Inazuma lacks the most in meta? Yeah. I agree.
Control breathing.
Oop. Remember last year, guys, when life was full of theory crafting and hopes and dreams about what the Pyro Archon's kit would look like? And like, hey, maybe Wika is like an alternative to an alternative Bennett, like that buffs less than Bennett but does some off-field damage, but maybe buffs the whole team. Remember all my yapping about a team-wide attack buffer? I no longer think a team-wide attack buffer makes sense, by the way, because it would buff. There's too many strong off-fielders that would be buffed too strongly. If they do team-wide attack buffing, it has to be like Chevreuse in a pretty limited team context. Like I would have been fine with Escoffier having less personal damage and doing team-wide attack buffing, for example, like Chevreuse, but in her specific restricted team context. For a generic attack buffer, I don't think they should release actually a all team-wide attack buffer anymore. I don't know. I don't think it would be a bad thing. It just depends how they balance it. I just don't think it's going to happen. And at this point, I just think they just need to release more attack buffers in different element types, rather than team-wide attack buffers specifically. Not the only thing they need to do for the game, but anyways. Fontaine gave me such high hopes for because they did such a good job with cool kit ideas in Fontaine, and then Natline is like, what if we do mostly gimmicks instead? And like, I'm not saying all the kits have been bad; they've been enjoyable, but you know, they feel a little different, right? That lens felt a little different than Fontaine as far as the kits themselves go, let alone other aspects. And I'll respect that they're trying something new. It'll be interesting to see what happens next year. Hoppy Tunnel's a big smokescreen, yeah.
Let's hope you'll put up a good fight. Let's finish this next time.
Typical.
Something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Did I do the one chest over here? I think I did when I was getting eons on berries or something. Isn't there one dude? I think there's a dude over here, right? I'll go back and get that, don't worry. Oh, there's a chest there. Okay. Yeah, this over here is the one I wanted to do. I wanted to check. Get away.
Keep pushing.
Oh, god dang it. There we go. Alright, nice.
We deserve a reward for our hard work.
I hate all the movement. It's gotten boring. Oh, really? Yeah, it'll be interesting, like, because, like, I think that's kind of a thing that now that they've cracked that open, right? Can they go back? Because now they don't have movement in a character kit. Well, I don't know. They released Escoffier. I think it's mostly on-fielders they're always putting movement on. The Skirk doesn't really have that much movement. Like, she has some movement utility, but it's like Arlecchino, like Arlecchino doesn't have that high of movement utility, so I don't know. My assumption is that movement gimmicks is a part of the gimmicks of Natlan characters, and they're not going to do that for all the character kits in that next year, but there's still probably going to be more, like, we're going to have, like, Lanyan-like abilities fairly commonly, right? Where, like, it's not like it's a super important focus, like, it's a core gimmick, but it's going to be, like, included in the character kit kind of thing. I blame Star Rail for all this. I mean, I don't know if it's Star Rail's fault. I think it's just side effect of gacha and the player base stagnating a little bit. It's a flaw in the gacha formula to some extent. It's just a little sad because, like, it's very clear the rate, like MiHoYo internally very much seemed to care about trying to avoid power creeping for Genshin for a while. And there's a clear philosophy shift that happened internally. Okay, I did do this. Okay. So, and that's why it's so jarring, is like, if we were, compared to like what the game was at launch, is there like the total about, if we're going to try to like measure the amount of power creep that has happened in Genshin, is it a tolerable amount of power creep? It's kind of fine. Like, I guess in that, if the measuring stick is comparing like the entire course of the game, but in the last year-ish in particular, we'll just simplify and say like Farina onwards, it's been fairly clear the direction, but Natlan in particular has been a power creep of on-field characters, so I don't know. And we're getting a power creep of supportive units too, to a significant degree. So I don't know, yeah, like 4 or 5 years the power creep is relatively minimal compared to something like Star Rail, but and it's not that hard to, you can still keep up if you're engaging with the grind, but now you're forced to engage with the grind more. And I don't know, it feels to me like it's much more of a jump in the last year in particular. Year-ish. I don't need to keep going this direction. I don't want to go this way. It's since Fontaine and not Natlan. That's why I said since Farina, because I would include Farina as a power creep unit. But I still think Farina is actually balanced in a fairly brilliant way in her base kit. She's a little bit more imbalanced, obviously, with C2. Yes, I say that as someone who also says that, yes, people overvalue C2 and whatever. But people also undervalue C1. I've pretty much never tried to undersell C1 Farina. But C2 Farina is the one people get way too focused on. Anyways. So yeah, I don't know. It's still tolerable, yes. And the fact that, this is why I think it's a good thing, and why I wouldn't want Dahlia, I don't want Dahlia to have a Bennett buff in this kit, right? If Dahlia buffs 1200 attack, right? If Dahlia buffs 1200 attack instead of 0, or instead of 600, like I suggested, that would make Skirk too strong. Like, that would just make Dahlia the best unit for sure. Like, I want Dahlia to be like a side grade or minor downgrade over 5-star options potentially, but still a very compelling choice even with having 5 stars, right? So I don't know, right? Like, the fact that Skirk has like her DPS ceiling seems to be set at around 110k DPS for her best teams is a good thing, right? I don't want to see many units releasing that go much past that. 100k or slightly over should be where the DPS target is at for main DPS characters compelling teams. But the problem with the fact that they even have increased that to be the compelling, the DPS threshold and like what makes for a strong character, is like it's made many other team archetypes, say like transformative reaction archetypes, you know, from Mimi to less Mimi things, worse. Because like Hyperbloom can't scale in the same way, right? That other units can.
Everlasting as the moon. Overruled.
I like the idea of all premium teams having a Bennett level 4-star. Yeah. yeah, it doesn't need to be Bennett level, but in this, like, but like Bennett level in the idea that they're niche, more niche, but still can provide like near Bennett level utility in their niche, like Eon Sun does for Baressa, for example. And I think that's what Dahlia should be for Skirk. Where like, generally speaking, Dahlia should just be like what many players would choose to use for Skirk. Doesn't have to be like the best. Can be just a side grade to the 5-star options, but like a C6 Dahlia, I feel like should be near equivalent or just slightly worse than the 5-star options, right? I don't know. Anyways, that's my hope. If V3 has next to no changes for Dahlia, it's obviously they just want to sell the 5 stars. And that's what they want. That's what Cryo is apparently now. Cryo is the we want to sell 5 stars element now. Right. If Dahlia doesn't get changes. Good job. Okay. I like how you can just delete animals from existence in that land by absorbing their soul. And then, congrats, you become a PNG. Anyways.
Control breathing.
Hydro and Cryo have always been like that. No. Hydro, yes. Well, okay, Hydro not even... Arguably Hydro, no, not until Farina. Because Xingqiu was a compelling enough alternative to other Hydros. Like, Xingqiu was so strong that, like... No, I would say not really. But, like, yes, they turned Hydro into that. They definitely did. And then now they turned Cryo into that. But, like... Go look at the Cryo units released before Sitlali, yo. Like, Rosario was one of the best Cryo units in the game before Sitlali. You go tell me how many people were glazing Rosaria as if she was overpowered. Like, it was better than most people were giving her credit for. But I think that's what Sitlali did to a significant extent. Made people realize that, like, oh, Rosaria is actually pretty good. People using Rosaria as the budget Sitlali in a lot of contexts. So, like, I don't know. Cryo and Hydro did not, in my opinion, used to be the premium elements if you want the teams to work. They turned them into that over time. Oh my god. Please, can I press the button correctly? I believe in me. I believe we can get this.
Quick as a flash.
So some of the C4 level 1 Ijo, I don't know, they probably won C6 dog or something. Anyways. Bonyon's needed it? I mean, it's a Polearm Only account. That seems illegal. Wow, I did it. Oh, frick. Okay, wait. Okay, thankfully that wasn't going to be annoying. Alright, well that was a lot of effort for 2 prima jumps. I did it. Great. Thought I was going to be able to run, but I failed. Okay. Oh. Okay. Weird. Sure.
We deserve a reward for our hard work.
Let's not lose all our stamina. Oh, we can recover our stamina. Nice. I couldn't remember if I could climb them or not. Of course. Okay, wait. I didn't check the other one. Can I put something in here too? No, I can steal them. Okay. Skipping a Scope to pull Yoimiya. Nice.
There is no escape. Full speed ahead. Justice will prevail. Final warning. Stay out of my way. Full speed ahead.
Yeah.
Control breathing.
Ended the skill there.
Quick as a flash.
What?
Stay out of my way.
Wow. What is that? What did that say? Was that French?
We deserve a reward for our hard work. Keep pushing.
Okay, what do I have to kill here for the chest over there? Oh, there's a hilly trail. It's very confused. What's happening to him? What? Hello? I think he was trying to hide. I mean, which is understandable, I guess.
Ah, something with which to commemorate this occasion.
Oh, okay, good job.
This is where transfixed. Hands where I can see 'em. Stop right there. Final illusion shattered.
Well. Yeah, as far as power creep goes, the time where I really start to be very concerned is when I can't use Dia. Dia is my measuring stick. Get a high investment Dia, you know, with, you know, whatever constellations and 4 stars, high investment 4 stars. Yeah, C2EI, like if C2EI Dia teams can't clear in an abyss cycle that otherwise has, like there's no particular, like obviously restrictions, if there's an elemental restriction, whatever, for the abyss that makes the team, I'm not saying it has to clear in every single abyss like side, right? They can put an anti-pyro thing just like they put anti-hydro cryo against the dragon toilet in the current thing, right? In context where it makes some amount of sense, can my DEI team clear? Because like it's a team that has enough investment and is good enough that it's like obviously not the strongest Chevreuse team, but is strong enough that I can clear without much like issue. DAI is a benchmark, so Jeff would have an aneurysm over. Yeah. Should I go message him that? Here, let me message him. How do you feel? How do you feel about my benchmark for how bad power creep in Genshin is to be a Dia Yai Chevreuse Eons on team? Just leave him an open-ended message. He's gonna reply with some kind of meme Twitch emoji. I don't know. I mean, like Pepe what? So, anyways. Point being, like, I have plenty of stronger Chevreuse teams, obviously. But it's, like, invested in the right balance of, like, high enough investment on the characters, but not, like, crazy in any particular direction that's, like, humongously overpowered. But performs comfortably and performs quite consistently when played decently well. That, like, I think it's a good benchmark. And if that team starts failing to clear, it's like, ugh. And that easily might happen next year. But also, like, I might get... I don't think I found this thing. I might get more constellations on Dia that change the formula a little bit, to be clear. Like, a C1 Dia is a bit different than a C3 Dia, like I have right now. To be clear. But... Ow! Oh my god. Gotta run a GC sim to convince him, yeah, probably. And again, to be clear, it's not like a benchmark for other people. It's a benchmark for me. I should have figured that was gonna hurt. surprised I didn't die. Ooh, you can fly. I see.
Now you shall perish.
Am I supposed to like destroy the rocks? Is that the intention here? As long as I'm just gonna stand outside the ring. Yeah. Chill out, bro.
Shine down. Stay out of my way. On my overrule. Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
Interesting fight. Yeah. I think that's one of the more fun local legends they probably added. Obviously, I trivialized that. Well, not. I wouldn't say I trivialized it. It was relatively easy to die there still, I think. But, you know, I did utilize C6 Arlecchino, which is fine. I don't care about utilizing C6 Arlecchino for Overworld. See the Yai Miko 4-piece Whimsy sim? What? What is it? Why? Isn't, I know, I mean, I'm assuming it's the catalyst, right? But the catalyst is a cooldown and a triggering. Yai, not Yai. What is it called? Let me just find it in the list, I guess. Weapons. Catalyst. Let's show you my screen. But there it is. Flowing Purity. That's what it's called. Using an elemental skill, damage bonus, and a bond of life. It's gonna be triggered once every 10 seconds. Yeah. It's only triggered every 10 seconds. And Whimsy is like a 6-second buff? Yeah. Is it like actually better? Ugh, GC Sim. I don't like GC Sim that much, I will say, but where it's no. I want to. Where do I don't even. Okay. See, I haven't visited GC Sim in a while. How do I view the list of teams? There it is. Okay. Yai. Turn off Dark Reader. There we go. Speaking of. This is a C1, what, C1 R5 Dia with Bennett. Yeah, I don't like Bennett in this team versus Eonson for various reasons, but anyways. Oh, right there. Okay. 24-second rotation. Raiden, Chevreuse, Muika. Muika uses burst followed by charge attacks. Okay, cool. Yai fills time with N2 CD. Muika uses skill before Yai burst every rotation and refreshes her skill. Raiden takes the field in the rear of the rotation. Chevreuse. Okay, they don't even talk about. I don't feel like analyzing this right now. They didn't even mention like what their assumptions were for the uptime on the weapon. Like, yeah. Anyways, there's not a more optimal two-piece configuration. Okay. The problem is again with the I don't know, just fake GCCM BS, but anyway, whatever. Like, is 6-second uptime Yai assuming you reset this, do a skill every 10 seconds for sure? Theoretically better on Whimsy on Flooring Purity. Like, it's an option, but like, we're talking about an amount of stats with enough downtime that like, in practice, I do not think the vast majority of players would find it to be better. But if the weapon you're using is Flooring Purity and you already have the artifacts, I do not think you should farm the artifacts for it. maybe you could consider using it. But that's definitely a GC Sim bullshit thing. Simulates the uptime. Yeah, I know. I was assuming it was. I just wanted to see why if they mentioned it in the description, without me having to analyze it. I didn't do a sprint. Oh gosh. There we go. So, you know, which is fine. Like, I don't know. It is funny, yes. It is a funny sim for Yai. And hey, it's a case of it's a rare case where technically the Bond of Life weapons enable the artifact set, technically, and the part of the reason for that is like it's a problem of Yai not having a more compelling artifact set because she's doing a meaningful amount of burst damage and skill damage, and she's doing damage in that team context from her normal and charge attacks, which is fundamentally not different from like what my Yai is on like my Yai Chevreuse Eon's on Dia team, right? What that team is doing. And I have Kagura's for Yai, of course, so I'll just use that on my 2-piece. But if I was using flooring parity in that team, yeah, I could see actually technically Whimsy is best. But again, what I was kind of saying in practice is like, are you actually 100% switching back to Yai for sure every 10 seconds to make sure you get the Bond of Life at the right time to keep up 60% uptime on the passive? And also, it's also barely better even than 2-piece combos, because like the fact of the matter is Yai works well enough in 2-piece combos and enough different sets of 2-piece combos that like you shouldn't do that, because there is like a 99% chance you have better 2-piece combos for Yai than doing, even with flowing purity, than doing 4-piece of Whimsy, right? That's the actual reason it's a scam, but it's also a scam in like a gameplay level even potentially, so I don't know. Anyways, Whimsy on Skirk though? that's a real question. How does Whimsy work on Skirk? No, it doesn't. You will have... It's going to be worse than doing 2-piece. Okay, so 4-piece Whimsy on Skirk will be better than doing 2-piece no-piece. But it's going to be worse than 2-piece. Because it's only 6-second uptime. And you don't use multiple skills. I need Yoshi. Whimsy new meta. I mean, Whimsy meme meta, I suppose. I ain't farming Whimsy for Yaya, that's for sure. Yeah, I have such good 2-piece Yaya artifacts that the only... What? I'm so confused. Huh? Ah, frick. What? What? Okay, well, that's skill issue on my part, I guess. The only... And this is a similar situation for Lanyan, right? Lanyan and Yai are actually, funnily enough, in the same situation for 2-piece, being kind of like their ideal artifact set. Is like they'd have to release an artifact set that's generic in a way of like... It needs to give both skill and burst damage bonus. With proper uptime. It needs to give skill and burst damage bonus. It needs to give enough stats without a terrible trigger condition. Like HP lowering, whatever, yada yada. So I don't know. Anyways, why not? Why not farm it? Why the f not to farm it? Why not spend 20,000? You would rather me spend 80,000 resin trying to farm a 4-piece Whimsy build for Yai that is going to perform in practice exactly the same. Like, I guarantee, if I spent 80,000 resin in this domain, got the perfect f***ing artifacts for my Yai on flowing parity, and then compared it to 2-piece, I am going to essentially guarantee you that the actual clear times would be almost exactly the same. Where's your Chenyu Veil? My Chenyu Veil is like 100%, or not 100%. It's like basically done on this account. Like, I know you're joking. I'm just interacting with you and like, sorry, I'm trying to put energy into my things. I don't know. Anyways, like, no, it's stupid. Like, it's not that comes at the cost of not, like, okay, sure, I could spend 5 years farming Whimsy and not make any videos leveling any other characters. For the meme of showing that 4-piece Whimsy on Yai is 4-piece Whimsy on Yai with Flowing Purity is basically nearly equivalent to 2-piece 2-piece. That's what the lesson would be. Right. It doesn't really make a difference to your clear times, because how well you are playing, doing certain subtle timings of certain things, your decisions, your gameplay is going to matter far more than those extremely minor differences in the difference of your artifact sets, right? So anyway, the point being is for like Yai or Lanyan, they're both in categories where like 2-piece is their most compelling option for personal damage, in my opinion, because the 4-piece options that are compelling are in either limited contexts, so it doesn't cover different team usages, or like they don't cover enough team usages, or something like 4-piece Vermilion on Lanyan, like, you know, you're not actually necessarily getting the full stacks with 100% uptime for all of Lanyan's damage, would require like waiting on field too long potentially before actually getting the damage output. Like, it's just not really worth it for how minorly better it is. Yada yada. Keep going to AR4 to claim your IOC. Yeah. Oh wait, we should go over here. So they need, I don't know, what does that have to look like? It has to be probably like what if it's a set they release that buffs, it's like 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack percent, and then 4-piece. This is not necessarily what I think would be worth it for me to refarm, but what would be enough to be like, yeah, this just is better and like you can farm this. I think would have to be like, because this is a set that could exist, is what I'm thinking, right? Because it can't buff more than what existing sets do. Like, you can't have a set that's going to buff 60% skill damage and 60% burst damage at the same time and give 2-piece attack. That's just like, you know, no. So is like 30% enough? Is 2-piece attack and then 4-piece is 30% skill damage bonus and 30% burst damage bonus enough? I think it would be enough for me to farm it a lot for Lanyan. I don't know if that's enough for me to farm it on Yai, but it's probably enough. Like, that's basically just like it being slightly better than 2-piece and 2-piece combos, right? Like, slightly better enough that I'd say it's like, okay, it's kind of worth it. But I'd probably only really strongly feel like I'd rather farm that if it was like 2-piece attack and 40% skill and burst damage bonus, and pretty much unconditional, like full uptime on those characters too. If there's weird, annoying conditions, right? I apparently already did this, I think. Okay. Let's go over here. For Akasha with a 2-piece attack. Yeah, pretty much, honestly. Not really. Because for Akasha's... Isn't for Akasha's... You have to, like, take damage. Yeah, you have to take damage. So... But, yeah, something like the stats that this gives. But with a better 2-piece and a less restrictive trigger condition. Exactly. So, like, it doesn't have to be something that will replace... I think that's something they could release eventually, right? It doesn't have to be something that's going to power creep. So I'm not asking for a power creep artifact set that's just like better than Emblem on characters for like burst damage bonus, right? It should be worse than Emblem, but better for the very small subset of characters that have both skill and burst damage that matters, right? That's my overall vibe. Just do Gilded? No, Gilded also is not that good on Yai. It's okay-ge. It's not very good though. So, no. Anyways. I had a Gilded build for Yai that was like only a few substats worse than a 2-piece build, a previous 2-piece build. I now have an even better 2-piece build, but a previous 2-piece build compared to a pretty good Gilded build like that was only a few subsets worse, but it performed like noticeably worse in practice, because of random problems with Gilded Dreams. But anyways, and it's also not a very universal option. So anyways, yeah, Vora cautious but less restrictive trigger condition. So I don't. This does 5 stacks here. This is 50% skill and burst damage bonus. So what I'd like to see is, yeah, 2 beats attack, skill damage bonus. You know, I'll split the difference, say 35%. You know, a non-restrictive trigger condition. If it's just like a generic 2 piece attack, skill damage bonus 35%, burst damage bonus 35%, no annoying trigger conditions. Bam! I like that artifact set. I will farm that artifact set. So yeah. 40% would make it look a little bit cleaner, though. And I feel like 40%, with how strong they've made, because MiHoYo has been doing power creep artifact sets. I'm not saying they have to do a power creep artifact set for this, but they have been. So realistically, I think if they were going to release that, it's more likely it would be like 40% of each. Because 40% should still be fine, I think. It would only be better on a specific subset of characters, and presumably intended for a new character they'd release. But anyways. Are they ever actually going to release that? I don't know. Because I somewhat doubt it, because it kind of seems like... I feel like I lost this dude last time too. I just lost him again. I feel like their character kit design has gone a direction of they almost always specifically restrict character kits to doing mostly like one type of damage. Although Skirk is an example of a weird anomaly. We'll see if she survives beta with her weirdness, with her doing charge attack damage with her C1 and normal attack damage and burst damage. Although the burst or normal attack damage is obviously conditional, they're either or, not both at the same time. So, anyways. Oh yeah, I do have D&D right now. Oh yeah. Oopsies. I need to stop streaming. Okay, thank you for calling that out. I wasn't paying attention at the time. Which characters use War Cautious? Dia. Let me turn in some stuff. Real quick, see where we're at. Yeah, I did have enough earlier. Oh, I got a Shrine Key. Nice. Okay, Curl? Cool. So, we should be able to do, if I do a stream tomorrow, to yap about Skirk and hopefully Dahlia turning into an attack buffer. Probably kind of cope, but, you know, we'll see. I think we could probably get to a 10 pull tomorrow, is my suspicion. We do have the Starglitter Wish, right? So, we would need, with, like, the dailies tomorrow, we can get 80 Prima Gems from the thing, so that's 150. That's that. We're basically counting the dailies tomorrow. We're at 1,000. Counting the Starglitter Wish, that's 1160, 1240. So we need to farm like 300 more Prima Gems for another 10 pull. That should be very doable tomorrow. We'll see. Okay. Anyways, it's not counting any of these, which I could factor into, but I did count this though. So anyways, bye.